looks good.
You've seen a lot of great STEM, a lot of great entrepreneurship and coding and teamwork, but now you are going to see what the top of the peak looks like in STEM.
and get loud, Charlotte. It's time for the CMS League, Esports League. I'm next to Tark right now, and it is Season 1, Tark. How you feeling tonight?
It might confuse people, Bear Light, when we say Season 1, because we started, like all seasons that are cool, at Season 0. So if you're counting numerically from 1, this is Season 2. If not, and you're one of the cool kids, it is Season 1 in Bear Light. I am excited to be here. How about you?
I'm incredibly excited right now because we've added new schools, we've added new personnel, we've added new game titles as well, although what you'll see here tonight is Rocket League. But I couldn't be more excited. The last season, aka Season 0, kicked off with a great start with all of the #1 programming in esports. The two combined has been absolutely incredible. This Stim League has been something else to watch, and I cannot wait to get started with this preseason night tonight.
Neither can I. And as I think back on Season 0 again, the fall season was truly incredible. They played their hearts out on the varsity esports side, on the JV esports side, and club side, but they also competed so hard on the STEM side. And to have a first of its kind varsity competition STEM team, I've never seen it. I've never heard of it. They built video games. They worked on marketing, entrepreneurship, everything you can imagine. And I was blown away by their results. But if you think that is impressive, you have no idea what's in store for this new spring season. It's going to be bigger, badder, faster, more. And we're heading to statewide dominance.
That's right. We started out strong as it is. Season 0 was incredible, and that was just a sneak peek. Does this feel like something that can really grow into something unique, amazing? And guess what? It did already showing some growth here, Tark. And plus, more esports, which obviously I'm excited for, being the esports expert here too. So more challenging on the STEM side too. It'll be this season as well, because obviously now that these schools have established more so on their STEM side, we'll see a lot of teams grow, and with growth means bigger and better things on that side too. So basically, on any front you take, you're seeing improvement always.
So my question to you, Bear Light, is on both the esports and STEM sides, right? You and I have been doing this for a lot of years together. You've been doing it for years before that as well. We have seen as new leagues take off, as new efforts that we launch take off. Season 1, while we were impressed then, when we look back, we can't believe how much people have grown. We saw some impressive stuff. We saw some people that are going to be collegiate esports players hit that pitch last year. But we also saw some killers that may very well be tech million and billionaires hit their competition path. What is your expectation to see another season now, another iteration for this, as teams grow, as it gets bigger, as people get better at what they do?
It's been very linear in growth so far when we talk about both sides here. Some things that impressed me in Season 0 that I can take into Season 1 here. These schools that are really starting to accept and see this league for what it is have seen the most growth. So I can tell you for a fact, for example, Ardrey Kell last year, right? Starting off relatively strong on both fronts, right? But they weren't the top team, right? They weren't the top school starting off, but that never means that you're going to be stuck at the bottom, right? There's so much room for improvements, and the more you work together, right, come together, esports and STEM side, the more camaraderie you have between your players, between the school players and students at their very core, then the more results that you'll see over time. I see Ardrey Kell staying up towards the top, but I do see a couple of schools that are brand new here, maybe off to a slow start, didn't quite get to experience Season 0. But I feel like we're going to have an Ardrey Kell. We're going to have a couple of schools that weren't there in Season 0, quite establishing their programs, be some of the best when it comes to the end of Season 1.
I couldn't agree more. And I think one of the things that I'm excited about is the new set of really VIP eyeballs that are going to be on this season, that even bigger than we had last season. We know that the Carolina Panthers, we know that the Charlotte FC were our big anchor partners and sponsors. We knew that Amazon AWS and True Lion and folks like that were great partners of ours. And they were watching these kids. They were looking for esports talent. They were looking for tech talent. But we are going to unveil a whole new list of partners. And all I can say is the names are big. The brands are sexy. And there are university systems, places that people absolutely are going to love to know about what's going on here, are going to be watching this every single Wednesday night lights and beyond. Now that we're adding titles, there are going to be some life-changing opportunities. It isn't just people, heroes that are going to be made on the varsity pitch and stage this season on Wednesday nights. It's going to be lives changed as they find their paths going forward. And that's what this is all about.
That's exactly right. Well, we have preseason Rocket League going on, although there won't be any Stim challenges for this week. I know you're super disappointed about that, Tark.
Ah, garbage.
We have Rocket League, and the first matchup will be Huff facing off with Rocky River. So let's go ahead and look at some of the lineups here. Rocky River, a new team coming in, but I do recognize the name Omen V2 has come through a lot of the streams from Stay Plugged In. So both of my worlds coming together into one, and then Huff High with a couple of fresh names here too. I don't think I recognize any of these names, which means a chance to show off who they are in this first matchup here tonight, Tark.
Yeah, dude, I can't wait to see this. These are some great killers there. You know, the question is this, and Bearlet, I'm interested in your opinion on this. Does being away from the lights for so many months, right? They're practicing. You know they're getting better. They were killers on those teams last time. But are they going to have nerves? Are they going to come into this in not in regular season form?
Yeah, it's possible that that's the case. That's not the mindset that we want to be, very far away from where you were last season. And I've seen a lot of these teams practicing in the Discord server too, and it's all about keeping yourself sharp, right, and adapting to some of these new players coming in. Remember, for that season 0, we're still going to have them as seniors, and it could be very well their last season to participate in as well. So I do see some teammates falling off, right? But that just means more opportunity for somebody who wants to step up. Who's the next man up if that were to happen? And we'll see what happens here in this first matchup as well. So game number 1 of this best of 5 has begun between Huff and Rocky River. And the first real opportunity here going to Huff High as Ghost Adapt gets a touch, but it'll be in the backwards fashion over to Jeremiah, who couldn't handle it. And so Rocky River will get possession for the very first time, but it is given right back to Huff High just about 40 seconds in. Adapt is going to hold back here. Try to go up and over now, which will force them up, and eventually they get to it. Rocky River a little bit slow to get to that challenge, but eventually they will. And Shadow back on it too. Jeremiah tried to cause a little bit of chaos, but not enough to do much with it. And the first goal is actually going to go to Rocky River as they start off 1-0 after the challenge there in the corner made its way out to Panda. And Panda was able to place it in for our first goal of Season 1.
Rocky River getting it done. You got to play defense, Huff. You got to play D.
Yeah, you have to show up and be ready. You saw them with great opportunities, Huff High at least. You know, for the first little bit, they had the offensive possession. But the minute they go to defense, suddenly it was a different story. Although that one was challenging here, Rocky River needing to play some defense themselves. As ID Faye now going to hold back. The challenge is there in Shadow. It'll make it 2-0 Rocky River. So one of these new schools coming in and make it a splash early.
Yeah, Rocky River. I mean, they probably from the sidelines in Season 0 watched Huff High. They didn't have their own varsity team. Huff did pretty good. Now Rocky River chomping at the bit to come in and show in preseason this league a new team has arrived.
Certainly has. On the scene so quickly. I mean, less than 2 minutes played, already up to a 2-0 lead, trying to add to it as well. The Ninja will get a touch away. It's right back into the hands of Rocky River. One little touch. Now we'll flip one towards the net. Jeremiah having to be ready with that reactionary save. Tosses it down the field for Adapt, who tried to work in transition, but Rocky River all over it again. And they're showing up. They have the mechanics, and they definitely have the game sense as well early in this one. Shadow now pulled back. And Adapt with the shot, too, but off the mark. Almost pinballed around from ID Faye, but they will eventually get out of the zone and get out of dodge.
ID Faye coming in hot. He wants to show that this team is the team to beat this year. Ghost Adapt not going to have it right now as he brings it back, has himself a shot, coming off the wall, tosses it up. Can't quite pull it off on that run.
Yeah, was very close to at least creating an opportunity, right? Putting them on their heels, and they definitely needed here, being down 0-2, as Rocky River, we're challenging a little bit too far forward, so it's Huff trying to cause some chaos themselves. A bit of a miss there. Jeremiah had the opportunity, but went high with it, and now it's chipped to the center. Trying to challenge the boxes, Huff, but they will have to wait for another challenge. Ninja actually hit it away from his own teammate. And so because of that, we hold back. Now Panda, he'll launch one off the bar and finally able to tap it away. 3-0 Rocky River.
Wow, Rocky River. You know, Bearlight, is it weird? Have you seen the movie Goonies?
I have, yes.
Rocky Road. That's all I keep thinking of in my mind every time we say that. I don't want that in my head.
Yeah, Goonies never say die, but that needs to get out of your head for sure. Oh, first goal on the board here for Huff, as it'll be a kickoff goal, so a bit of a uncharacteristic goal against Rocky River from what we'd learned in their short history here. But Huff will definitely take it. They haven't been able to create a whole lot of chances for themselves or finish those chances when they get them. So that was much needed for them.
Huff high, never say die.
That's it. That's their motto. We figured it out. That's awesome.
Put it on the jersey. Put it on the jersey.
Well, they have to be trailing in order to need that motto, I guess. And so they're going to want to get out to a quick start in game number 2. I know this one's not over, but right now it's been all Rocky River. They try to add to it, but that's a good save as Ninja was able to chip it out of his own box and eventually fall into the hands of Rocky River. But Huff will eventually get it out themselves. Some good passing.
Watch this comeback. Watch this comeback, Bearlight. I'm telling you, I feel like there might be a possibility of a comeback. And right now, as you see them, they're marching towards it. They're setting their teammate up. They're a little slow right now, but they lost an opportunity there.
And yeah, it went by the wayside here, down to a minute. And it's Huff finding themselves behind, digging themselves a hole early. And Rocky River has been basically holding them there. As ID Faye, now a double commit here. You see them bunched up defensively from Huff, whose defense needs to clean up in game number 2 if they want to really challenge this Rocky River team. Luckily for Huff, they have the last goal, and in the last couple of minutes or so, they've been able to hold the high-power offense of Rocky River at bay here, but they're running out of time. So now a shot, chip, an opportunity, and hold that thought. Goes to Adapt. Able to pull them back within 1. Rocky River are now sweating here in the last 20 seconds.
What did I say, Bearlight? 24 seconds in Rocket League is an eternity. In 24 seconds, anything can happen. And right now, I got a feeling Huff high, about to say, never die.
It's preseason matchup here, Tark. It doesn't feel that way. It feels like they want to jump in here right into the season, and you can tell that both of these teams have put in some work here early in the season. But now it's the last opportunity, though, for Huff, as now a good challenge there from Jeremiah, but Ninja with a good job to follow that up, too. Down to 2 seconds left. Ninja holds. Panda going to play it high. Huff will have to go to the length of the pitch. It'll fall down. Still not down. It will eventually hit the ground. Rocky River will take their first win of the CMS Esports League for them in the preseason by the count of 3-2. Great start from them. 2 goals on 2 saves from Panda. A true leader there early. Huff, though, was knocking on the door. You called a comeback, Tark, but it was close. They started to feel themselves there towards the end, as Ghost of Dab was able to put in 2 for himself, 2 and 5 shooting. Definitely ideal for them. So, again, it's a great way to try to combat their early struggles and really get back to their mindset of we can challenge this Rocky River team. They're the new ones, not us, right? Huff is trying to establish that we've been part of this CMS Esports League, and we'll try to jump into the regular season with some hype too. But that's just game number 1. Obviously, they'll have a chance to bounce back and kind of throw that last one out of the window and say, hey, that was just a game one, trying to feel out the other team. Now that we know where they're at, we actually established dominance, going 2-0 in goal scoring over the last 4 minutes. This team definitely looking to jump out, and I think they have the potential to do so. Willie the Goat in chat, it'll be a best of 5, so it could go up to as many as 5 games played, but this year's could end in 3. So anywhere between the 3 and 5 games will be the count here. But again, Huff and Rocky River showing out for the very first match. We'll have JT Williams facing off with Ardrey Kell next, which will be obviously the one that a lot of people were waiting for, being felt like the championship of last season, aka Season 0. It was in the semifinals, but Ardrey Kell got the better of the two there in that matchup. So JT Williams, after this one, that's going to be a chance for revenge for them, as Ardrey Kell looks to defend their title, and they come back just as strong as far as who's on their roster. So that'll be an interesting one to watch. As now Huff High, it'll be Ghosted Depth with a double touch. And 1-0 against Rocky River here early, as you see him get one past Panda, who tried to challenge, even tried to adjust his pattern defensively, but goes to Dap with a double touch bar in. 1-0 here for Huff High. Rocky River, very thankful they're off to this 1-0 start in games played, but I mean, since then it's been a rough course for them. They haven't scored in about 4 minutes and 30 seconds. And so they really want to get back to establishing some chances, right? Try to convert some of those, because it's been relatively rough ever since. As Panda now holding back. It'll be Jeremiah to challenge, though, as Panda had a bit of a trouble trying to adapt to that one. Speaking of adapt, he's up for it as well. And now Ninja holds down. It'll be ID Faye, which I will get a pronunciation for ID Faye here momentarily. We'll see if we can figure out how they do want to be pronounced, if production has me. And now ID Faye, again a touch, but a loose one, as it goes to adapt all over this one. Panda could not quite get to it, and now it hangs here at midfield. Ninja, a bit of a late challenge. Panda was really quick on that touch, but somehow Huff High was still able to read it here. And now Ninja will play across. It's Jeremiah. He'll be challenged as well. Down to it is going to be Panda to push it back out. Ninja off his own wall now. Panda, the shot, challenging, as Huff High has gotten a little bit loose here on the defense. A chance there. ID Faye almost had the angle, couldn't quite get around it. And now the touch will be Jeremiah out, as he'll have to make do with where he is. Panda now tries to get it. Ninja still holds on, waiting for the challenge. They bump each other. Rocky River now in a panic here. It's Ninja off the bar, but it will stay out. And Panda right back to it. Adapt. Now holds ID Faye. Back across. And Shadow Ninja try to hold on to it. It's Panda. Now the shot, and Adapt able to make the save. So again, this back and forth collab continuously building into something until Adapt able to put this one in as well, making it 2-0 here for Huff High. And just under half the game played, and a bit of a mishap there from Rocky River. Not sure if that was a bump or a bit of a miscue there on the defensive challenge. Either way, it'll spell trouble for Rocky River, who's still struggling to find themselves offensively. We saw a little bit of bumping and running into one another there as well. So that was something that Rocky River's trying to adjust mid-game, which is never easy to do. But now a bouncer. Almost fooled Ghost Adapt, but now it'll be Ninja right back to it. Jeremiah, good touch. ID Faye was all over that one, trying to jump on it. But all three members of Rocky River, again, converting or pushing a little bit too far forward. They are back on defense to flick a little bit high. Jeremiah holds, waits, pulls down. It'll be Ninja to follow up on this one in the corner. A bit awkward, though, and so we'll decide to jump off of it and say, I'll try to play the bump instead. As now the challenge there in the box is going to be fought off as well. Goes to Adapt, looking to challenge even more so, but good speed there from ID Faye. And they're going to need a little bit more of that, too, here late in this game number 2. So in the last, now 6 minutes, 30 seconds, it has been just Huff High with goals They've outscored them 4-0 within that time frame as well. Incredible work from Huff to just hold off defensively while also creating chances themselves. Jeremiah a little bit too slow to that one though. So Panda and Ninja now on it themselves and now pushing forward towards the middle, trying to push the box, but without any kind of success. And it's been that way for a while as last back goes to Dab, showing their great rotation skills. A chance, a double touch not available. Jeremiah gets a shot, but a little bit high. Ninja to follow up. And Huff High, they don't really need a goal here, right? This is all up to Rocky River to try and get a chance, right? They're forcing the hands of Rocky River, who just haven't been able to find any kind of solution. And now a demo now. Maybe that's an adjustment that they've made. And although Panda missed there, it's Ninja in support. And they'll tick this clock down even further, down to 24 seconds now. And Charlie here with me as well. It seems like Huff High just been absolutely all over them right now, although now is a chance. All three members push forward here for Huff, and Rocky River just not able to convert as quickly as they'd like to. There's a shot that dunk a little bit high as well, as Ghost Adapt again credited with another save. It falls down to the ground, and Huff High with a shutout in game 2 to bring this series even at 1. Charlie joins me now. Charlie, how's it going over there?
What's up, man? Straight into the excitement. We've already got a 1-1 match. I am so excited. Are you hyped for this or what?
It's been incredible already. I mean, the way Huff was able to answer back, it's just like Tark said. They've been great at finding their way here. So it's been exciting here for a preseason game. Like I was telling Tark, it definitely doesn't feel that way.
Yeah, and you know what? Welcome. I'm dialing in live from New York City in front of a bunch of board games here. This is my personal collection. What's up, CMS Nation? This season is going to be so much fun, and we're here, and it's already. I mean, Rocky River. It's a team that didn't have enough players last season to get started, and now here they are, and they are making a statement with that first win. Then Huff was like, you know what? We know our way around things. We're going to take game 2. So, you know, this is just preseason, but already the teams are giving us a great show.
Yeah, I've already started off pretty hot here. And in Huff, yeah, like you said, they're showing that experience, right? They've been around the block here. They know how to feel out teams and, you know, eventually, you know, replace some doubts as far as who your opponent is. Once they figured that out, they've been able to work some strategy. And that goes with all the coaches. A big shout out to all the coaches as well behind the scenes that work for the CMS Esports League 2 and really fine-tuning those skills and making those adjustments mid-match. That's harder than it seems to a whole different degree.
It really is. And we've got almost 30 professional esports coaches that are part of this league that are working with weekly practices with their teams. And I know you touched on this a little bit, Bearlight, but we've got 4 video games we're playing this year. It's not just Rocket League. We've got Valorant. Every school's got a full-time Valorant coach. We've got Smash Brothers. We've got FIFA, which we're going to be doing in partnership with Charlotte FC. I mean, this is just going to be so much fun this year, so I hope everybody's tuning in. You guys know that we've all been working really hard for you for about 3 months to get this league started, and everybody that's in the server knows that I am cheering every single team on. I don't have favorites, but I just am excited for the whole season to get going.
That's quite literally 4 times the storylines we get to follow as well, plus extra schools too, so that means even more. So yeah, incredibly excited to see the growth here as Huff again off to a quick start as Ghost Adapt has been just a force to be reckoned with. Nobody seems to be able to limit their ability to create plays. It's been Adapt just over and over again with these great shots. You know, we talk about the greats here in CMS League, Charlie. We talk about Skimmit for one, right? We talk about Nutella was another one who just popped off towards the end there for JT Williams, and some new names too. Barris kind of came out of nowhere in week 2 of Season 0 and has been just living it ever since. But yeah, like right on cue. Again, Ghost Adapt might be part of that equation.
Yeah, absolutely new player. I don't think we saw much from them last year, if anything at all, and that's the great thing about this league. We are up to over 1,000 players that are affiliated, whether they're doing STEM, whether they're playing one of the 4 video games. So there's so much talent. And you guys are going to be hearing throughout the season some of the connections that we're making with universities as well, because a lot of these players are going to be able to go to the next level after they graduate, um, and play esports, maybe on a scholarship level, definitely at a collegiate varsity level. So listen, it's just really fun to watch all of this. And you mentioned Skimmett was our winner of a Golden Glove and also Golden Boot Award, so two-sided um, threat there. And then you've got, but I mean, honestly, Barris, who you just mentioned from Audrey Kell, if he had played all season, I think he would have been a contender for Golden Glove himself. And then you can't forget Rux. Rux joined towards the very end of the season for Audrey Kell, and frankly was just a different level during the playoffs. So Audrey Kell came in after being the 4 seed during the regular season, swept things in the playoffs, although it was very close. And for those of you that were there were almost 300 people there watching live. It was intense. As you know, right now here in the game 3 of Huff versus Rocky, there, it's kind of kicking the ball around right now. Teams, this is preseason, so teams aren't as fluid as they as they've ever been, but we expect them to be stronger and stronger throughout the season.
100%. Yeah, it comes with time for sure, and really getting back into the groove of things. Like Tark had mentioned, you know, these teams aren't completely coming in cold after the season, hopefully, right, to some degree.
Right.
Hopefully they've been practicing over the course of the break between seasons. But also, you know, it takes some time, right? You could be practicing solo. Sometimes, you know, schedules don't match up during the offseason. What a save, by the way, as Rocky River just cannot find a goal. Could this be it? No, another chance to the box, but it's right back out. And so, I mean, these teams still seem pretty together, you know, for what it is after a long offseason. Go back the other way. It's Ghost Adapt, and that's so hard. That's a tough pill to swallow. Rocky River was that close to being able to get a goal themselves and break this scoreless streak, but unfortunately, because it went wide, it's Ghost Adapt the other way for his hat trick.
Yep. And, you know, Huff is saying, welcome to the league, Rocky River.
No doubt about it. 3-0 now. Rocky River can definitely hold their heads high. They got the first game win. But ever since then, it's been a tough battle for them. As Panda holds back and waits.
What I was going to mention there is, for those who don't know, we've got 2 simultaneous streams going on for the first time ever. That's how we're going to be doing it on every Wednesday night. You'll be Stream A and Stream B going on. And for whatever reason, I've been going through my windows here on my computer for the last 5 minutes. I've got the other stream in my ear, and I can't figure out how to get it out. So this has been fun. I'm streaming one while listening to the other.
The best of both worlds, we'll just say. Totally understand.
What that means is every single school, every game is going to be streamed. Nobody's going to miss out on being streamed. So if your team's not on the Stream A schedule tonight, folks, just pop on over to Stream B. And if Twitch doesn't work for you, we're streaming on YouTube as well. So, and then we have some individual players who are going to be streaming their own POVs, their own personal streams for the first time this year. So there is a multimedia blitz as you get yet another goal. Well, there's a first goal for Rocky. Finally breaks their streak there, as they salvage something maybe for game 4.
For sure. That's 9 minutes and 30 seconds goalless. Finally broken. Monkey off the back. Now we can finally play some offense, play a little bit looser, right? It felt like they were super tight playing this established Huff High team, and you know, finally they can kind of settle in, hopefully show themselves like they did for the first minute of game number 1. And kind of work from there. It's a long season, obviously. This is just preseason, by the way, so it won't count towards the standings either. So a good time to get into the groove of things and hopefully find themselves in that way too. And just on the Rocket League side too, I know, Charlie, you get very excited as well for the Sim side. I know we both do. So can you give us any hints, anything that's going to be coming with the STEM side, any little teasers, or is that going to be a surprise for week 1?
No, we've actually already working. So we saw how much that he accomplished last season, so we're pushing to even further heights. So last season we had 12 teams in the league, 10 of them created fully functional games from scratch that they created themselves. This year, those teams are going to be starting with a new challenge. They're going to build their own app and host it on the Apple App Store and also the Google Play Store by the end of the season. So they've already started building out their app ideas. We're going to see them pitch to us live. Not live, pitched to us in their recorded video what they're planning to build, and I can't wait. So it's pretty exciting.
Got it. Yeah, it was a little bit robotic, but I definitely heard, the creation of an app, number one, which is going to be, obviously difficult, number one, but super exciting, right? Because it's a whole different skill that, a lot of people don't have, quite frankly. So to see the students kind of get into it and work on it will be something fun for sure. So that information will be here. And again, we will guide you through the process of both esports and the STEM side as we typically do during the regular season. As that one almost made its way in. That close to being another goal there for Rocky River, who's starting to show up a little bit more here, as it wouldn't have mattered much. It would have been 5-2 regardless. But at the same time, we'd like to see them kind of get back into the groove of things here, as IDFA with that last goal there to try to move some momentum on their side. Goes to Dap, no surprise here. Another hat trick, seems to be one of the leaders on the offensive side. Chat has said that he's actually the defensive type, right? The defensive menace, I believe, was the words that they said there. Let me see if I can find it here and check it out. The Iron Fortress on defense. My mistake. There you go. Well, Zinarchy was the one to be talking about that. So, yeah, a bit of flag. We appreciate you hanging in here with us and kind of hanging in here in the meantime. ID Faye is actually here in chat. You should be in there winning games, which you did in game number 1, to be fair. So, glad to have you here, too. GG for sure. So now it's 2-1 in favor of Huff, as Huff High has been really dominant overall. Love to see them being able to really find themselves, establish themselves here in season number 1, and hopefully can do that come regular season 2.
Yep, and mic check, am I back?
Good to go. We're good to go.
Okay, lost internet in the library here. But hey, we're back. That was exciting to watch. So, do you want me to cover a little bit what we're doing in STEM again? Should I try again?
Let's do it. Yeah, let's hear it.
Okay. Awesome, and my camera should be up and running too, so maybe we can pop me up there as well for the CMS universe. But let me just, so we had, like I said, we had 10 teams build video games from scratch last season, and 3 of them actually had their game, and I play some of those games because they were on the Apple App Store. You can download them yourself. And everyone, give me just a second here as I boot my video connection back up. This year, those 10 teams that built video games, they're going to be building their own apps this year. And so we're going to get to hear next Wednesday for the season opener, we're going to get to hear what their app ideas are. And this is the thing that I think everybody's most interested in. We are going to be giving away PCs to the winning STEM teams yet again. So that's something to look forward to. And so the new schools that are joining, they are going to be building games themselves like the schools from last year did. So they'll get an opportunity to win PCs competing on their own terms as well. They don't have to compete against the schools that already got a semester's head start. So anyway, now we're back up into the deciding game potentially the deciding game for Huff versus Rocky. How's it going over there, Bear?
Oh, man, it is Huff out to a quick start again. So Rocky River, that momentum, that we talked about there, has now been kind of nullified to some degree here from Huff High, who has been very, very, very dominant, I would say, at the midfield. That's been all the difference so far, being able to really hang in there, get challenges, 50-50s won their way, which means more offensive possession time naturally. And since then, it's been all this, man. Ghost Adapt again, going to challenge the box. Panda able to get through. And ID Faye, after a demo, now pushing forward themselves. A chance. Ninja going to be challenged here. Good job to handle that one under immense pressure yet again. It doesn't seem like pressure is a thing that really affects Huff High to some degree, as they've been really good. A chance to double touch in. Ghost Adapt showing mechanics as well. Not just numbers, but also making the highlight reel as well.
Good shot. Good work. Yeah. Like we said, new players, and it seems like what Huff is being able to do is they're able to, just due to the talent of Ghost Adapt, they're able to play with more solid rotations, and then if Rocky gives them an inch a gap, they're there to capitalize. And that's really making life difficult for Rocky because they're not able to develop too much offense whatsoever, and they're also scrambling to protect their own net. So since game 1, just an impressive overall performance by Huff.
Certainly has been, and it's the last chance for Rocky River. So I feel like we'll learn a lot about this team too, as that shot almost challenged the defenders. Now backwards, a chance, chipped up and over, but a little bit wide. As Rocky River looking to put that pressure on, but Huff has an answer for everything defensively, it seems. So Ghost adapt again, not just on the offensive side, but actually it's not just been Ghost on the defense either. Jeremiah stepped up at big times. You know, we've seen Ninja get a couple of touches around defenders as well, or at least, you know, opponents while they're defending. I mean, this team has both sides of the equation so far. They've been really, really feeling it as of late here, and a decent shot to close out. If Rocky River doesn't score in the next minute or so, you can almost chalk this one up as a Huff High win. Now it'll be Ghost Adapt looking, eyeballing Ninja there to the box, but it'll be Shadow Ninja the other way, just in case you were wondering. There's two ninjas in here. But yes, Ghost Insane. Yes, that is true. A menace says it says some fellow students, it would seem, from Huff High. So I love seeing the support in chat too. For those of you who have tuned in and hang out with us on a regular basis, we thank you so much. So yeah.
100%. One thing I'll mention is Ninja from Huff is also the team's STEM CTO. So he was instrumental in producing their video game, which is called Laptop Mishap. It's a game where you can play it if you go to the Apple App Store right now, actually. Go find it and help that poor student retrieve their laptop that got lost at Huff High.
Oh my, I love it. That's amazing. So not just in Rocket League, but you have a couple of games to play tonight. And right now it's Huff High looking to close out. Minute 30 left here for Rocky River, who's had some trouble offensively. We'll see if Faye can get things going. Right now it's Shadow Ninja having to try to challenge Ghost, but Ghost is right there. Beat to it though. ID Faye, a quick shot and in. We'll cut the lead in half. That's just pure speed there, Charlie.
Yep, Rocky's not dead yet. They're going to fight to the end.
Much like the Rocky movie series, you know? You can take quite a few punches to the face. But listen, if you can answer back, the bell's not rung yet, right? It's still time in this series. They could tie this game number 4, and if that happens, well, then it's a whole different series, right? Potentially send it to game number 5, whether it be in regulation or overtime. Just getting a little bit too far ahead of myself, perhaps, as they did have a challenge there, but Huff High will eventually get the clear.
Yeah, you know, it was just cut to Omen over there going, Adrian, as they struggle here to hold on for dear life. Huff can get one more goal to put things away. Rocky needs to score and quick to have a chance to, you know, you don't really want to leave this up to overtime if you're trying to, you know, win the series. You want to get a quick goal here and then try to score a second, but I guess you got to get the first one first.
Yeah, and Faye.
30 seconds to go.
Faye almost had it too. It's now bumped into one another defensively. And we saw Faye make an incredible save. Yeah, but unfortunately that one got bumped off by a teammate there. It looked like Faye may have had it, so just a bit of a mental mistake there towards the end. And I mean, it's a long series, Charlie. That's one thing that Rocky River is going to learn now. It's not all about the first 2 minutes of play. It's about the entire best-of-5 series, and I think that's might have been what went wrong for Rocky River, who have shown that they've had some talent, right? I think this is a team that could challenge a lot of good teams. It just wasn't their night here tonight. Luckily for them, it's preseason. They'll be able to talk about it with their coach and just get better come regular season time.
Yep, I think that's absolutely right. And this is a completely new team. Well, there you go. They're not completely dead yet. 3-2, 9 seconds to go. They're going to score immediately. So I'll hold my comments until we see what happens here in this final 9 seconds. Is really impressed by the fortitude here by the Rocky River team. Welcome to the league, Ravens. Glad to have you guys.
That's right. It all comes down to this kickoff for them as Shadow Ninja wins it forward. So that'll be difficult for Jeremiah. Does a good job trying to handle that. Now Faye is up for it. A chance to try and tie it. Oh, but the defender knocks it down. It'll be Huff. That wins the series 3-1. As, man, oh man, Rocky River showing up to some degree. If they played the entire series how they played the first 2 minutes and the last 2 minutes, Charlie, if they could just find that consistency throughout, then this is a team that absolutely will make a splash.
Yeah, and, you know, Huff showed some of that experience. Ninja was on the team last year. I believe he was actually JV. Great new player with Ghost. They took the fact that they took a few punches in the very first game and responded like a team that's got a little bit of experience. But I'm excited to see what we got for Rocky River there. they've got some talent there. Finally got a team. We worked really hard to get a team set up there over there in southeast Mecklenburg. And so I'm excited. These are two teams to watch. And remember, Huff finished second in STEM, and they were the number 2 overall seed going into the playoffs last year. So not a shabby team for Rocky to be giving them a challenge. That's something they should be really proud of. So great work by both teams. And Bear Light, it's so great to be back on stream with you again. Looking forward to the season. I'm going to jump off because I know you're going to be having Star-Lord joining you here a little bit. He's going to talk all about STEM, and he's got some stuff to share with the team. But it's been great to check in with you a little bit here. And I know we're going to have a little bit of a maybe 5 to 10 minutes until the next game starts. But thanks for being with us for another season. I'm stoked.
That's we're excited to have every single one of you in chat. And Charlie, it's always a pleasure having you in here and being able to chat about you and kind of being able to pick your brain too from the Stiegler side of things too. And seeing what y'all are doing has been incredible on the STEM side. And well, you talk about experience too, and our next matchup is going to be definitely that experience. Again, Charlie, thank you so much for joining me. All right, so we have JT Williams facing off with Ardrey Kell, which you already know what that means. That means experience, right? That means a chance for a comeback, a redemption story at its finest. JT Williams and Ardrey Kell, if you don't know, you just go back and watch the finale. There's highlights all over the place about these two teams, how they performed in the semifinals, coming down to a Game 5 overtime, by the way. That went the length of at least 5 minutes. I think it even got up to the 7 to 8 minute range. I mean, those two teams were battling it out, and we'll get to see them back on the pitch against one another again, this time in the preseason. We'll see who's on each roster for the preseason too, because I know that's bound to have, could have changed to some degree. I mean, there's a possibility that these rosters are a little bit different. But let's see it, Chet. Let's see who you're here to support. ID Faye, obviously I know who you're here to support. It's yourself at Huff. But who else is in here? What are the high schools that you're looking for? And let's see what you guys are cheering for. Also, if we have games going on the other channel as well, it's simple. Just take this CMS Esports League on Twitch, right? Take that link and just add a B. So CMS Esports League B. Head over to that other channel. Our boy Discounts, usually joining me right here on the cast. Well, he's got the B stream tonight, so he's killing it over on that side too. And we have a lot of high schoolers, playing some Rocket League, getting their preseason games in on the B side of things, on the B stream. So make sure to check that out as well. We got Rocky River Dad. Oh, let's go. Black Mass in here. We're so glad to see parents and supporters from all over the place come in. But Rocky River definitely, like I mentioned, has a lot of potential. These are some good players, by the way. You're not a dad, are you? 100% lol. I love it. But listen, you're supported nonetheless. Oh, Ghost and Dabs here in chat too. Ghost, you popped off as well. We saw you absolutely hyping it up too. So we're excited to see what you've got too. So coming up in a little bit, we've got a lot of great things coming up. Like we said, Malcolm will be here on stream. He'll be giving the STEM presentation. He'll be showing you what you can expect over the course of the season on the STEM side. Mega excited about that. So Malcolm will be joining me between games 2 and 3 of this Ardrey Kell and JT Williams matchup, which, by the way, let's go ahead and head to a quick break. When we come back, it'll be Ardrey Kell facing off with JT Williams. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to the CMS League. Again, I am your host, Bearlight, here on the main channel. We have the B channel going on as well at CMS Esports League B. So if you want to see some more gameplay in action, you can go there. But joining me right now is the CTO of Stiegler Education. It is Malcolm. Malcolm, welcome to the channel. How are you?
Thank you, Bearlight. I'm happy to be on a channel for now. This is very exciting.
It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for you, I know. I've heard.
Sometimes called Channel 1, but Channel A. Either way, this is. I'm so excited to be back and ready for some more esports. We have 4 titles this time. I'm particularly fond of Valorant. Big fan of Rocket League, of course. That's what we're watching right now, but can't wait to see some Valorant. Maybe even hop in a game myself,
Yeah, I've got to freshen off the old Valorant skins, I kind of brushed those off a little bit, and I'd love to join too. So you'll most likely, see me there too, playing around. So Valorant's definitely exciting too. Obviously to have FIFA in conjunction with the Charlotte FC, who just started up their season, by the way, as they pack the house for their season opener too. I mean, these are exciting things happening, Malcolm. What were some of your highlights from Season 0, number 1 for CMS League? But then also talk a little bit about that FIFA coming with Charlotte FC.
Yeah, so I mean, some of my favorite parts are, of course, the STEM parts, the games that the students built in such a short amount of time. It was like, hey guys, build a game in 2 weeks, deploy it to the internet, market it, and I mean, they always rose to the challenge. Also on the esports side, I mean, the live in-person tournament was incredible. That was easily one of the largest audiences that we've ever had at the esports arena. Well, I've been there anyway. I'm sure you guys have had some bigger audiences.
It's definitely up there for sure.
Yeah,
absolutely. 200 to 300 people, I believe. So I mean, this was a big event.
Yeah, that was absolutely wild. And meeting a lot of the people for the first time in person. You'd talked with them in Discord before and seen them on the stream, but actually getting to meet them in person was really special.
And including meeting these individuals that you're seeing on your screen. A lot of these individuals were on the main stage for a lot of it, right? JT Williams and Ardrey Hill, two of the best teams on the Rocket League side of things, including Barris, who unfortunately had a mishap there early. That's bound to happen in the preseason, though, so I'm sure he will now bounce back with ease, as he was easily one of the most talented players in the Esports League, Esports and STEM Varsity League here at CMS, the CMS League for a while. So, I mean, definitely some players to watch. Barris and Rux for this team. Now joining Creeper, by the way, which is a new addition to this roster, I believe. I could be wrong there. Double checking that for you. But Nutella on the other side was one of those players that just made a difference day after day.
Yeah, Goat Creeper. Big fan of Goat Creeper. He's been a guest caster of ours sometimes. And, I mean, if you want somebody that can commentate on Rocket League really fast, it's definitely Goat Creeper.
Yeah, I've had the pleasure of joining him in the booth. Been always a good time, right? Great spirits, an individual who's very hungry, not only in esports world, but also in casting, like you said, and loves participating on the STEM side too, coming across from the White Hack program. So, I mean, there's so many individuals here that are just trying to be the best at what they do, right? And that's and a lot of them succeeding, by the way, in making these great games. So, I know Charlie gave us a little bit about what is to be expected here on the STEM side, but I kind of want to hear your take on the STEM side moving into Season 1.
Well, we have a bunch of new teams coming in that are going to do game dev similar to last season, and then our returning teams that were on the STEM side, they're going to be doing app development. And I mean, this is it used to be really, really difficult to deploy an app to the store, and you had to have years of training, but now we've got it down so that anybody can deploy an app in just a few weeks. And these are not necessarily just simple apps. These can be complicated social media style apps, streaming, you name it. If you can think about it, you can do it and deploy it to the App Store, and that's what we're going to do this season.
That's mega exciting. I want to go back to the live event that we had as well. I mean, both of these teams created an app themselves on the STEM side. Obviously, their esports game or their match rather in the semifinals was one that people were talking about consistently here too. But JT Williams facing off with Ardrey Kell, you can see that their fan base, their parents' support, right? They had just about everybody in to support them, brothers, sisters, family, friends there to support them, and it's one of the reasons why they're so successful. And right now, again, no surprise here that we're even at 1 here in game number 1.
So now, was this matchup first for a reason? Was this planned on purpose as a kind of a grudge match?
Well, technically, this is the second match to occur. However, this is basically the featured match, it seems like. So I can't confirm one way or another, as I'm not part of that team, but I imagine it had something to do with it, 100%.
I know there was, definitely some squabbles about, maybe there was a technical error that, occurred. JT Williams, not being able to perform their best at the end there, but we'll see now, I guess.
Yeah, that's right. No excuses now. And you can see Ardrey Kell. That was a bomb from downtown. Rocks puts it away. A 2-1 lead here for Ardrey Kell, as that was a great outlet pass and just caught some of the defenders sleeping there for JT Williams. Looked like they were trying to cheat up a little bit. And you can get away with that with some of the teams in the league, but against against JT Williams, or Ardrey Kell rather, you can't get away with that, right? You can't start cheating up, because the minute that you leave rotation, this team will make you pay for it, and that's what we saw here. As now JT Williams, some good passing of their own. Grassy the shot and lands it, and we're even at 2 here in game number 1. Incredible work, Grassy. Just swung around. Rux tried to challenge there, almost got there, just a little bit too late. And now back even, and not surprised by any means, as Grassy made that look very easy from a very difficult angle. And now you see Ardrey Kell right back on it to try and challenge this time around, as it's been that back and forth game. So you imagine that would be the case, but now a bouncer. Barris able to keep it out. Nutella back on it though, but bumped out of the way by Snore. And that's got to be recognition and communication both working hand in hand. Unfortunately for Ardrey Kell, or for JT Williams there, that was not the case. Rock's right back up for it now. We'll try to challenge past Nutella. Grassy off the corner as well. It'll be Creeper trying to get past Grassy, but he's already on it. And now back the other way. 30 seconds left. It's up in the air. A touch away from the defensive Ardrey Kell. And it'll keep this one even now, as they do try and sneak past. But Snore right back in the zone, but Barris a touch away defensively. Now Nutella on it, try to get a bouncer and maybe some support with the bump from Snore, but they couldn't quite get to it. Now it's Rocks the other way. 8 seconds left. The flick will beat 1, but not 2, as Nutella now back in transition themselves. And it's the same back and forth that we saw in the live environments. As now tapped down to the ground, and nobody shocked. You could talk to anybody in chat. Of course we're going to overtime between these two teams.
Just like the playoffs.
Every single game it seemed like. It was incredible, including the Game 5 decider. Like, it's something else. These two teams are about as even as it comes. You can talk about pro teams and how, you have those two teams that are just constantly battle, always to, game number 5, always to overtime, every single time they play. And this is a prime example of that, right? It's kind of mocking the pro league to some degree. And that's incredible that we're seeing these kind of students, these kind of players within the CMS school district.
I could only imagine the stress that these guys were under in the finals last season with that neck-and-neck game like that. And it was an overtime of like 7 or 8 minutes or something, right?
Yeah, it got to 7 minutes change. So just in between the two. That's absolutely mental stress, because they've been playing all day long as well at this live environment, which some of them haven't played before. Right, so all of that's taking its toll. Gamer fatigue is certainly setting in, but then when you talk about a 7-minute overtime in Game 5 in the semifinals, that's a whole different equation. And I thought both teams handled it well. Just Ardrey Kell got the better of the two in that instance. And now trying to do the same here in this game number 1 of preseason. Nutella has a chance to carry it out. Good read from Barris to just tap it back down to the ground, but it will leave it in the hands of Grassy. And he challenges Rux, but Rux able to get to it quickly. He's got Barris up top. And the 50-50 to play it back towards the net, but couldn't quite get the direction back towards the box of JT Williams. And we stay even here to a minute 43. If we're not careful, if you blink, we might make it to that 7-minute mark. Ruggs back. Tap it down. You don't really want to settle things per se, but you do want to be careful with every move to some degree. But the minute you start to sit back, Nutella's just coming at you with that speed. And again, Grassy tried to bump Barris out of the way. Couldn't quite get to it, but now Creeper will challenge Nutella. He will leave it for Grassy. He'll pop it high, but Barris is already up with that midfield presence and continuously being a nuisance to the JT Williams team. But they're going to try to answer back. This one out to the box, and Grassy will challenge forward. Rux now holds onto it and will push it to the wall so he can get enough momentum going to flip it back down. A miss on the backside, and Erdry Kell able to win this one in overtime. 2 minutes and 30 seconds into game number 1.
Wow, that was incredible. Such a slight miss right there.
That's all it takes, just a little bit, right? You get confident, but you get a little bit too relaxed, and sometimes that's something that could happen to you, so you never know. I mean, just look at these scores. 3 goals from Ruxo, hat trick there to win it for Erdry Kell. 7 saves from Nutella, just constantly on the defensive side. 7-7-7 on the score too, so he hit the jackpot there. The only thing he didn't hit was unfortunately a game number 1 win, which he'll try to get in game number 2. So again, these two battle it out, and it's always been close.
No doubt. I can't wait to see how much these teams improve over the season too. I mean, even just watching them in the first season, you know, you could see the effects of the coaching and having them work on their comms. I mean, how much are we going to see that this season, do you think?
Oh, man. More so. I mean, you talk about the different esports titles coming, but we brought in a lot more coaches, too. Charlie said we're up to the 30 range of coaches coming in. So that means everybody has basically one-on-one support constantly. And it was basically that way in Season 0 anyways, right? It's just the league has grown to the point where we continuously grow the amount of coaches to match that. So that way we make sure that every individual has that coaching experience to really help them out in their gameplay. So we'll see even more so of that this season, and I think that's truly something special about this league.
Well, I'll get into this more later, but we brought in more STEM coaches too. So we hired some of the top STEM competitors from last season, and you know, they're now going to be teaching some of the new schools, some of the new STEM teams, how to develop a game and deploy it to the App Store.
And that's just unreal. I mean, how many places do you get that type of support in both worlds, right? It's incredible. So now
work and play.
That's it. That's it. That's exactly right. That's exactly right. Always get to have that balance. Obviously, when you get to college, that's one of the biggest things, to be honest. It's you know, even if you go to let's say you get an esports scholarship and you go to college off an esports scholarship, even if it's full ride, you got to keep those grades up, right? You have to continuously learn. Otherwise, you know, you don't want to take that experience for granted. You wanted to, jump out and learn as much as you can. And, you know, this is a unique experience that you can get in high school. You could also list it as a club for those of you looking to, put that on your applications, right? So there's so many ways that this has been a really successful venture and can help out these high school students, and they continue to entertain us in the process with these incredibly close games.
That's true. As they get these esports scholarships, you know, if they have something extra to add to their resume that, is a STEM project that's related to esports, it's going to stand out a little bit. It's going to help them all much more.
100%. That was an incredible save by Nutella. We saw 7 of those in game number 1, and now we see him jumping back up, and now a pinch back the other way. Bar. Oh, it's just down. Nutella falls in again, but it's off the other bar. And we'll stay out now as Erdry Kell back on it, and we'll catch and flick past one. Although Nutella is able to jump on that one yet again. An incredible save from Nutella and almost converted that to some offense. But we stay scoreless here in game number 2 as Erdry Kell got the best of these two teams in game number 1, but it's been close every time. And Creeper, who was just about a year ago, maybe under a year ago, was at Champ 1. It looks like his gameplay has gone absolutely through the roof from when I first met him. It's incredible.
Yeah, I mean, I remember him talking about like not being that good of a Rocket League player and just maybe not having the confidence, but I mean, he's certainly showing it now.
Creeper right on cue. able to get the next touch. We'll try to bypass Snore with it. A great job to win that 50-50, but it will be eventually shielded there on the back wall by Nutella. And in support is Grassy to push it forward here for JT Williams. Tries to get the angle and does! And I think the defender was bumped off it as well, and Grassy credited with this goal to put JT Williams up 1-0.
Let's go.
Love it. That far side just snuck it in there. So JT Williams looking to answer the bell. Ardrey Kell said we won the series last season, and we started off this series with a 1-0 win as well. And Ardrey Kell, well, they're not going to go anywhere. They're not going to be silent. As you see Snore try to challenge it. Grassy able to get to it. Rux will be forced to play it backwards to his own corner to try to play it back to Barris, but Nutella is already on this one. And Creeper, good communication to say that he can make it back and play a 50-50 on Grassy. As this one's popped high and out of the zone. This to Nutella. Back down to Rux. Will beat Nutella with it. Snore and Grassy trip over one another. It's chipped across to the box, but Nutella back in support again. Creeper to try and challenge again as they're disorganized here as JT Williams. Ardrey Kell looks to take advantage of it just a little bit off the mark. Now it's Barris. Pulls it down as Nutella. And Snore and JT Williams finally get back in rotation. It was quite a little bit before they were able to. It looked like triple commits, double commits, just trying to jump at everything, trying to challenge and keep Ardrey Kell off of it. And now they're finally back into a place where they can start challenging more frequently and allowing for more support here, as Ardrey Kell couldn't quite convert in the process. Now Grassy, an extra touch, challenging the box, but Ruck's able to get to it now, back down the field. Nutella looking for Snore, but got a little bit too far ahead of themselves, as now Creeper not able to get that touch there at midfield, though. And so every little bit that JT Williams seems to be giving to Ardrey Kell, it's uncharacteristically going by the wayside here for Ardrey Kell, who's usually so good at taking advantage of these opportunities, but they haven't gotten anything to show for it quite yet. And they're running out of time here in game number 2 with 30 seconds remaining. And now it'll be Rux. Chips it far side. Nutella had some trouble handling it, but still got it to the corner, but back into the hands of Barris. And Grassy and Snore with a double commit yet again. And it's been, those two have been a little bit more unorganized than usual, as Rux thought he was tapping it back down to Creeper, but Snore will jump on this, and they just have to kill time. JT Williams down to 8 seconds left. And up at this 1-0 mark, but Rux going to try and challenge it, and Grassy able to get the touch out. Barris now to the back wall. Will try to do it himself. The chip to the box, but JT Williams will hold them off. And it'll be a 1-0 victory to even the series at 1 for JT Williams.
Very light.
We've seen a lot of great STEM, a lot of great entrepreneurship and coding and teamwork, but now you are going to see what the top of the peak looks like in STEM, in technology, in entrepreneurship. This is the elite team you're about to see.
We're the JT Williams STEM team, excited to show you our game.
Let's start with the most important part, the gameplay. You run through 7 different imaginative levels while throwing books at various enemies.
Alright, so here's my game, Soul Seekers. Play as a knight, fighting your way through a cavern full of skeletons, discovering memories as you go along.
Welcome to Scotty the Knight, a game that is so simple and straightforward you can't get lost.
Our review is on Chase Game. It was made on the Game Maker platform. You could say the student who made it is a real game maker.
From this title screen, you can access the options which lets you toggle mobile controls. Then, we also added the mobile controls themselves, with buttons to allow players to use the mobile controls.
We made business cards and posters to distribute around school and local businesses, got it in our school announcements, had teachers endorse the game, reached out to the local library, and the news.
Such a cool review of Season 0, Malcolm. Wow.
Yeah, I mean, that recap of last season, aka Season 0 for the cool kids. You know, this season we have 2 categories of STEM competition: game development, similar to last season, and now app development. You know, as I was watching those highlights, I remembered all the crazy hard work and teamwork that all the STEM teams put into the games in just a few weeks to build something absolutely mind-blowing. And, they were launched live on the internet, marketed here in Charlotte, in the local news, and across the whole world for everybody to play. By the end of last season, the games that, the students created, they had over 10,000 plays. 10,000 plays, Bearlight.
That's insane. Yeah.
And since the end of last season, some of the numbers have even doubled. I just checked them. So some of the games were even deployed to the App Store, like Charlie mentioned earlier, and you can go download them right now. Laptop Mishap was one of my favorites, of course, and the JT Williams, Cuboid Enemies of Montessori, also a big fan favorite. Okay, so that was the first season, season 0. And, it was a little rough around the edges, kind of coordinating everything together, both esports and STEM. It was all brand new. On the STEM side, our game dev gurus, Ko and Sid T, really picked up the slack to help everybody. But during the off season, they've been out building a very well thought out curriculum, and it should help the game dev teams and the game dev and the app dev teams a lot. So my challenge to the schools that are new to this league is that every one of you should be able to create a game that rivals the top games from last season and video content that rivals what you just watched. So for the teams that are returning to the league for the second time, they'll be developing their own apps around topics of finance and or clean energy or whatever else they pitch and come up with. So I already know what a lot of the students are thinking. I'm not a STEM person, so this doesn't apply to me. That's wrong for 3 reasons. The first one is the winning STEM teams last year won PCs, and that's the same this year. And so we give away 3 PCs last season to the top team, as well as 2 other giveaways. And for schools that want to win the CMS Esports and STEM League, that means your school needs as many combined total points from all the esports and the STEM teams in order to win the league overall. So you need your Rocket League team, your Valorant, Super Smash Bros, FIFA, and STEM. You got to have all 5 teams activated if you want to get as many points as you can. And reason number 3 is, a lot of people think of STEM as just coding or stuff like that, but here in the Esports League, it's content creation, graphic design, coding, digital marketing, content creation. I said content creation twice because it's twice as important. The deliverable for each STEM challenge each week is a short, punchy video like what you just saw. And the first week's challenge is a 1-minute pitch to investors about your app or game idea. And it's due this Tuesday at midnight. We'll post more details about the competition in Discord. If your school doesn't have a team yet, or you want to know what you can do to help, shoot me a DM or tag me in the CMS Discord at StarLord #9999. We're also having a game and app jam tomorrow night at 5:30 p.m. I'll post a link in Discord. Yeah. One last thing. Bearlight, can I get a buzzer sound effect? That's right. Free PC giveaway next week on the stream. Tune in next Wednesday to find out how you can win a free PC that we'll be giving away. I think that's it.
Love it. Oh my goodness. PC. Giving it away. I could use one right now because mine died, but it's fine. You all get the opportunity. I don't.
I mean, enter the challenge, Bearlight.
All right.
We might make a mistake. Who knows?
Listen, I've gotten into the content side of things. Listen, I'm trying to accomplish that, so I might have to do that. I probably should. Again, details will be in the Discord server. So again, CMS Esports League. If you're not in the server, what are you doing? We'll get you a link. Just ask anybody who's in here right now, and we'll make sure you get you in there and get your STEM program up and running. Right? Make sure you find the details and get working on it, because it takes some time. You can't put it together last second. Malcolm, we saw that a couple of times last season because it was season 0. You still had teams figuring it out, but it's a new season. This is season 1. Time to get into it and really put together a polished product as much as you can throughout the season.
Yep, JT Williams was one of the teams that was late to the game, but man, when they showed up, they really showed up on the STEM side.
We'll see if they show up early here in the Rocket League side of things. It was actually Erdry Kell that we're trying to, but again, in game number 3, we still stay scoreless. As Snorl now will push forward here. As Barris now looking for Creeper, who's hanging down there, trying to tap it back down to him. Oh, that would have been a cool one, too. The back and forth, but could not quite connect on it. But that close, as Erdry Kell does not seem like a team who's trying to incorporate, Creeper last second. It seems like they've been doing a lot of work recently, and it's definitely been showing. As Creeper now will play this back out and be happy with just tossing it back to center, as Rux was waiting right there and trying to cause some chaos on the back line. Is Creeper again, and now Barris will find an angle there. That's not the easiest. So Erdry Kell back on top, 1-0. Barris with a touch right back down, bounced it in, and I mean, this all goes back to the setup by Creeper, causing chaos on the back line. Nutella had 7 saves in game number 1, although they, ended up losing that game. It's still, something that they definitely don't want to rely on that heavily. Otherwise, Erdry Kell will definitely be out there bumping, demoing, get this man out of the net. And right now, trying to answer, though, is JT Williams, as Erdry Kell had the opportunity here, but Grassy right back on it. Will be bested by Rux. And Nutella back out. Good chip. It's the center. Now we'll pull back down. A good job to pull it back down, Nutella, with some crafty work on the grounds, and able to put this one back in to even things at 1. He popped right back down, and sure enough, he got a wave dash there, which Creeper on Rux almost got to, but that's what you have to do in these close matches, is find a little bit of room and just be able to sneak it through. Nutella was able to do that, and now we're even at 1 in game number 3. That's one off the back wall. Nutella will push back down the field. It's Barris to catch. Nutella challenges him right there in the corner. Barris did just enough to throw off the back end of JT Williams. Creeper now going to try to challenge this, but so quickly in rotation is Nutella. It's Snore waiting in the corner. Needs some support there from Grassy. Bumped, demoed off it, but Nutella able to fight off the smoke screen there from the demo and be able to play back out. It's very tough to fight your way through because the Rocket League smoke from the demo itself, well, you can't really see through it at all. In fact, it is very dark, so that was underrated save there from Nutella, who was able to see around the chaos in order to make the save. It's Barris with a couple of touches, but left it there. Back wall, Nutella will challenge Creeper, who was a little bit slower to it as he was trying to read the play a little bit slowly, as he was not the next man up quite then, but able to make a quick adjustment to do just enough to keep it out of harm's way here for Erdry Kell. And we hang here even at 1. Now Creeper holds the challenge here. We'll bounce it out to midfield, but Grassy, you can see how quickly he's up. But Barris, you can say the same. Again, that should have been an easy clear out from Grassy had it not been for the midfield presence of Barris that is consistently just all over this JT Williams team. And we got to find a way around it. They need to find a way to push back and forth, east and west, to get around this defense who has been so stacked so far. The air is clearly not working the way that they want to, with Barris constantly there and pestering. Nutella back. Him and Grassy there kind of combining. So that's going to leave it into the hands of Erdry Kell instead. So a bit more of that disorganized fashion there for JT Williams. It has cleaned up a bit since last game, but obviously hasn't been perfect quite yet. But that's why we're in the preseason. Bears will play it off the corner. Now up high is Creeper will try to press it down. Unfortunately couldn't find the angle that they wanted, and so now it's back down. Creeper the bump. Barris is shot around Nutella, but off the post, and the next shot is off. Rux again a miss, try to get a bump as well to cause chaos on the back line, but by the time he was able to, the time had passed. Now JT Williams able to carry out. It's Rux by himself. Now holds, trying to bait Grassy into a challenge. Grassy showed some good discipline there, great patience to fight off and stay down out of the air in order to get that challenge and keep Erdry Kell at an arm's length, at least for now. Barris try to challenge here. Nutella Couldn't quite get to it. Another touch, and now he'll push it far side. Rux needs to jump off the back wall to get to it. But luckily for him, Grassy didn't have enough boost in the tank to challenge that one early. And so now it's Ardrikel back down the other side. Rux beats Grassy, but the bounce so unfortunate there for Ardrikel as it pushed basically out to midfield. Down to 26 seconds left. JT Williams, it's Nutella the shot it in. JT Williams up 2-1 in this one with just 23 seconds left.
That is huge.
Unbelievable.
We always knew it was going to be a nail biter.
Every single time these two teams match up. It is clockwork, Malcolm. Now off the kickoff. Creeper has the opportunity here as his teammate had won it back intentionally towards their side of the field so they could gain the first possession, but they couldn't get a goal off of it. And now Barris wins the 50-50 on Nutella. They can have a 2-on-1 if they hurry. Snore back there. Barris across. Creeper, the bouncer in. So with 3 seconds left, Ardrikel will not go away.
Oh my gosh.
Oh man. The absolute definition of entertainment is when JT Williams and Ardrikel play Rocket League. It's been just facts. Just plain and simple, 100%. And now we push off the kickoff now as Snore will chip it high. He wants this goal here, but now he's going to let it hit the ground. I was about to say, that is bold move. Trying to keep that up for a teammate. We play overtime. Nobody shocked. As Ardrikel with that late press here to keep them alive in this game. And the bouncer going to challenge now. Everybody's silent, even in chat, just watching this game. You saw the support earlier in this one, but since it is ramped up, it's been quiet. Creeper the one to end it in overtime. Ardrikel, we're able to answer the bell late and force the overtime in the first place, and Grassy just couldn't quite handle it. And Creeper the one stepping up. He might be labeled as the smallest in rank, but definitely not in hearts and definitely not in clutch situations. Creeper steps up huge and wins game number 3 for Ardrikel 3-2.
That was wild. I mean, I really thought JT had it in the bag there at the end, and then they just crept up right there with 2 more goals. That was insane.
Just the chemistry between these three, I think, is outweighing the fact that, you have pure talent from Nutella there. Probably the best player in the lobby from a one-on-one versus one scenario, from maybe even in ranked. We talk about rank and how it's, it definitely describes to some degree how effective a player can be. But at the same time, it's just the Ardrikel communication you can tell is there. They don't seem to be tripping over each other as often. So when JT Williams make those little mistakes, Ardrikel can take advantage of those, and if it's late in the game, it'll pay off for him. And so, again, JT Williams jumped out to a good start, though. Don't get me wrong; this team is super strong themselves. They just got to find their way. They can't let those little games that come down to the wire just slip out of their hands like it did this time around.
I mean, so is this a preview of what's going to happen at the end of the league this season again?
Oh, man. As far as my expertise goes, you can't say. It's so different in a LAN environment. The live environment is so different to so many degrees. It was so close to say. It's too close to call because you know that JT Williams lost this one, Malcolm, in game number 3. But in game number 4, you better believe they're going to go out striking, and they get the first chance there. Nutella almost got the first goal for them.
So is their strategy just take out Nutella and just keep him isolated, and maybe they're good to go?
Could very well be. I mean, the way that Nutella's been playing, he's definitely separated himself as being the leader here for JT Williams, but almost like they need him in order to perform. So it's not something that you really ideally want for JT Williams. It's good to have a leader, yes, but to constantly have somebody who you could target and throw them off with, I think that's a good observation. I think that's a keen possibility, to be quite frank, for Ardrikel, is to just get Nutella out of the way so he can't make those 7 saves like we saw in game 1. And now we head into game number 4. A minute played so far, and still a 0-0 game. As now Snore will hold on to it. Waits. Good job. Patience. Gets it past Creeper. Tried a challenge, but Barris with a huge save again, as that one was basically carried almost into the back of the net with an air drag. But it didn't seem to affect him at all. defensively as Barris got across to it. And so Grassy will look to cause Ardrikel to backtrack, but Creeper actually the touch away caused the defense a bit of a panic. Grassy a chance, the shot across. Couldn't quite find it. Snore beats to it as well, Barris, and will bury it here as, again, the defense of JT Williams just a little bit too slow to get back to it as Nutella tried to challenge Snore, just couldn't quite get to it. Didn't expect Barris to be there as quickly as he was, and we find ourselves with Ardrikel up 1-0, but that hasn't said a whole lot when you look at the history of the matches happening between these two teams. Oh, it's Barris again, 2-0 off the kickoff now. And JT Williams, things are looking a little bit grim here as Grassy and Snore unfortunately tripping over themselves again. And so that's something that'll need to clean up heading into week number 1. Although the series is not over yet, it's definitely slipping from their fingertips after they had a convincing lead there. And they could be the ones on match point, but instead, I think a little bit of that mishap of letting that last game go has really gotten into their heads right now, and Ardrikel is taking advantage of it and hoping to close them out sooner rather than later here. Because if you let JT Williams linger a little bit, you know that's a mistake for sure, because they can bounce back in an instant. This one hangs there in the box. Nutella was waiting for it, tried to get a touch around Barris. Snore will cause it, and Nutella just tried to get out of the way of Grassy, but again, tripped over one another. Another touch on themselves. Barris trying to beat Grassy to it and almost had the speed to do so, but it won't matter much as it's still in the hands of Creeper, who gets a crafty touch past Grassy. Almost found Rux on the short side post, but instead this one will be a clear out from Grassy, and Barris will have to start from his own end, but that's a good chip out to himself, looking for the double touch. He would have been low anyways. Nutella challenged by Rux. Creeper, the follow-up, tried to chip it to the center for Barris, but Barris fell a little bit too far away from the net to be effective in that instance. And so maybe a bit of a misread there from Creeper, but again, Ardrikel, that's why you establish a lead here 2-0. It won't harm them too much. Nutella back down, challenges Barris, wasn't able to get a touch, and so Snore tried to challenge, and Rux back on it too. And now in support is Grassy. Try to get the next touch. Nutella able to challenge Rux off of this. Now in a 1v1, but Barris, he flicked it high, almost had it. As that one was high again. Snore to the back wall, trying to challenge. And Nutella was there, but still was Barris. And he'll shut it down. Grassy back on it. Barris holds. Now Grassy looking for some support. And again, Snore just not on the same page as the rest of the squad here. Creeper, the shot. Good defense there from Grassy. Will keep him in it for now. And now over to Creeper, who will use the corner and bumped off. It was Nutella. Rux back up for it. The shot! And it finds its way in. Ardrikel 3-0 now. As it just seemed like Nutella was going to get the defensive chance. But those little bumps, you said it, Malcolm. Maybe that's a strategy. It seems to be working here.
That's wild. I mean, do you think JT Williams has lost a little bit of steam here? Is that what's going on?
It's definitely the case. That last loss has affected them even more than they'd like to admit, because this is a team that's very good at getting out of their own heads. But when you face off with a team like Ardrikel, it's a lot more difficult than just your average brush it off the shoulders, right? Because every square inch of the pitch just seems to be covered after a certain amount of time. And at 3-0, you know, with 43 seconds left, it almost feels insurmountable at that point. Now, can they pull it out? I mean, I never doubt this series to go to 5, but right now Ardrikel doing their best to keep it away from that situation. But here we go. There's one back for JT Williams, so hold on to your hats. They're back within 2 with 27 seconds left. So now it is...
that's all it takes for their momentum, I think. I think it ends up being 4-3. I'm going to call it right now.
All right. There's a lot of goals here in 27 seconds, but it's been possible. We've seen goal after goal happen. We've seen crazier things. And Grassy was able to sidestep one. Down to 18 seconds left. It's Barris. Trying to challenge. Grassy needs to get one here. They need one off of this break, and I think they have it if Snore can get to it. The shot, it's in again. 7 seconds left. And 3-2 goal game. Never count out either team in this series. My goodness, they're still here, but it'll take a kickoff goal to try and even it. This is something else. I've never seen a series this close every single time. And even though this one might end in 4, well, you never know. Nutella back down. Snore needs to keep it up. Now, oh, he couldn't hit the corner. Ardrey Kell going to hold off in this one. And Blasky gets the bragging rights back from Risk. I know that we were talking about it pre-show lobby. It'll be Ardrey Kell that gets the best of them yet again with a 3-2 win this one. So Malcolm, you're close. They almost made it to the 4-3 mark, but 3-2 feels just as close.
I just knew that, the last 30 seconds of this matchup is always where a ton of action happens. I knew it wasn't going to be 0 goals. Had to be some kind of little upset.
My goodness, they put on a show again. Absolutely outstanding stuff, and definitely not surprised. I mean, both of these teams were great on the STEM side, too. These two schools just seem to have the it factor that a lot of schools could really learn from, to be honest.
Yep. And it's just teamwork, and communication. You see them in Discord working on their projects at all hours of the night and, pinging each other back and forth, delegating who needs to work on what. It's the same thing in Rocket League,
Couldn't agree.
Although on a much slower time scale.
Yeah, but it definitely applies. And that's why it's so seamless that these two things work in tandem. So, again, Malcolm, I appreciate you coming on the show and talking to us about that STEM side and what we can expect here for the season. How stoked are you for the season to start?
Oh, man, I'm so stoked. I've been looking forward to it ever since the end of the last season. It's honestly been kind of boring. We've had a lot going on, but the energy, once you get something like this going, it really just fuels you to keep moving.
Well, we're going to keep moving as well. We're going to go to a quick break, but when we come back, it'll be Providence facing off with Harding. So a matchup you don't want to miss. Stay tuned.
All right, thanks so much.
welcome back to the CMS Varsity Esports and STEM League. Again, I'm your host, Bearline, and joining me this time will be the COO of Stiegler Education. It is Pasha. Pasha, welcome to the stream.
How's it going, Bear? Good to see you again, brother.
Always a pleasure, for sure. And so you're coming from the education side of things, so I do want to kind of pick your brain there and kind of ask you your experience with Stiegler and some of the cool things that you saw from Season 0, the initial season.
There's a lot of excitement, Bear. I think what we're trying to do right now is being really put on a spotlight nationally, because I don't know if you're familiar with some of the educational statistics, but usually only about 5 to 10% of your entire public education infrastructure at the high school level is able to access anything that resembles coding and STEM education before they graduate high school. And what we're doing right now is democratizing that. So not only is it available to all students, but it's available in an immersive and interactive way that's fun, engaging, and builds the curiosity of the student and allows them to build projects. But I'm going to stop talking because I see the kickoff just went on. So Bear, back to you.
Yeah, Pasha. Thank you for joining us, number one. And number two, we'll continue to talk throughout this series as it seems fit. But you're right, game number one underway. Providence facing off with a new name in CMS Esports Varsity and STEM League. It is Harding coming in here and trying to make a name for themselves here. Providence, again, had a decent showing in the esports side. Definitely showed a decent showing in the STEM side. So this is a team looking for improvements in both worlds. But, again, not a season totally lost between between these players. And back off the bat, it's Omega, a new name here for Providence to get the first goal here. It'll be 1-0 in this best of 5 as Ocean Man to Omega connecting for a goal.
Bear, educate some of us who are a little bit newer to this. Do they get to pick their own colors? I feel like these are all new skins that I'm seeing for the first time, and I've never even seen that goal animation before, so that was cool.
Yeah, so in a Rocket League, for those who are unfamiliar, you do get to choose a lot about your car. A goal explosion is what they call it in the Rocket League scene. So it allows you to personalize your style, right? And that's just an in-game feature for Rocket League itself. And so overall, the blue and orange themes are pretty standard in Rocket League, right? But you still get to kind of divert from that a little bit. So like the blue team will get like a purple, right, a pink, things like that, whereas the orange team gets like red as well. So along the same kind of spectrum there. But you're allowed to create with your car, which gives you like a personal touch for yourself on the pitch.
Ooh, goal number 2 in the books.
Bada boom. It's Ocean Man able to get up and get this goal. Omega actually set him up. A good touch off the back wall will force the defender out, and Providence does the rest. 2-0 lead here for them. 3:40 left on the clock here, and strong start here for Providence off the bat.
You gotta love Omega just last second getting out of the way and avoiding playing defense on his own goal there. Just the soft, gentle touch behind him to put it into the net is beautiful to watch.
Certainly was. Well, you can tell that Harding relatively new at the game of Rocket League, as Adam struggling to get a couple touches. That was a good save, though. So if inexperienced, can't really tell. As that was a great play, and we'll actually get a goal here to top it in. And Adam looks like he's by himself currently. Looks like maybe a disconnection issue or maybe somebody not joining the game. It doesn't seem to be bothering him much there, as you saw the last-ditch effort from Omega to try to get the save, but just a little bit off the mark, too.
Does it count as a commentator jinx if as soon as you tell them that they seem like novices, they bury a goal? Or how does that work? What qualifies as a commentator jinx? That might have been a reverse jinx.
100% was a jinx and always exists. And what a shot, by the way. My goodness. Yeah, to dive deeper, I mean, the moment that you say something positive, forget about it. They're messing that exact aspect up. And so you try to keep it neutral as a caster. So for those of you looking to get in the commentary world, it's less, this player has been absolutely fantastic. It's more so of this player so far has shown that they have the potential to do great. You know what I mean? Always got to keep it at that mid-range.
You never want to say that someone's stupid. They're just displaying the tendencies and behaviors of someone who is stupid. I get it. I get where you're going.
That's perfect. Oh, man. You are a decently quick learner with potential. I don't want to jinx that either, you know what I'm saying?
I think the jinx is well past out of my prime, but 4th goal here by Providence.
Yeah, able to tap that one away as Ocean Man. So Adam did a good job to kind of hang in there. So it was 1-1 on the counts. As again, it's preseason, so we're having a little bit of fun. Adam unfortunately left out to dry as he was left on an island here. 5-1 scoreline for Providence.
Is there any format of the game that you play uneven teams? Like, is there a professional team out there that's touting a 4-on-3 championship or anything like that, or is this new charter territory as we enter the preseason?
This is unique. You'll never see anything like this in Rocket League. There are some tournaments that feature 1v1 play, which is kind of similar. But as far as like the outnumbered, the 2v1 scenario like we're seeing now, never been done. But listen, we're here to break boundaries, right? To break borders down and to create new things. And that's what we're seeing right now.
Bear, get a controller and help Adam out. I feel like you need some help here and could use a seasoned vet like yourself behind him.
100% would, should we not have gotten 2 audio sounds from Rocket League, would definitely drop in 100%. Well, I can turn it down on my end. I can figure something out. Mr. Adam needs help. There it is. Fly Uncanny. Almost came back and made a save there. So you get on the field for 2 seconds and you're having to dive and make a save, and almost did it, actually.
Well, we can say now, we know that it started at 7-1, so we'll just say it's 0-0 right now, 2:33 left. We got a new game. Let's see if Freddie can make a little comeback here.
I love it. 0-0 until we start giving out the win dots. In that case, we should probably stick with Providence there. But I think they're going to earn it anyways, as, actually bumped off of it. So teammates kind of getting in the way, so Harding forced to try to escape the zone from their own ends, as Omega does get it past Fly Uncanny. But Adam with the big connection there. We saw him as relatively new to the game, and he has actually been making some big hits that have surprised me. And Providence hasn't been as clean as we saw them earlier in this one, as we still stay scoreless here, 0-0.
I mean, Adam does have some great aerial skills, and he's playing the ball off the ground, so obviously he's played the game before in some capacity. And I feel like you and your coaches can coach him up, build some strategy in the 2-man scene here. Don't know if these two, Fly Uncanny and Adam, have ever played together, but it seems like they got a little combination going, and we got a more neutral game. No goals in the last minute. So I think the Vegas odds have this as a neutral loss.
That's right. So get your bets in now. That is a joke. We do not encourage betting.
Yeah, last one on this in Vegas.
Oh, Adam almost pinched that one through, but it'll be Omega to leave it for Ocean Man, and they find their way out of this one. So you're right, it is nullified. Any kind of offensive dominance from Providence here, as they've gotten it together. But Omega going to end that statement as well. Another caster jinx there.
Commentator jinx undefeated on the day. 2-0 for Bear over here. But I mean, a half-court shot right in the center of goal. You gotta love to see that accuracy.
I'll be the first to say it's actually undefeated for life. And yeah, that was a great 50-50. Able to bounce it back into the back of the net. So Providence now up 1-0 by our standards.
Are there other parts of your life that you manifest through commentator jinx, or is this the only time that you have access to
I actually try to, but the the fallacy is that you can't actually do that. But the minute that you actually try to do something like that, it doesn't work, right? It just goes away. So, you wish you could use it and utilize something like that, but then you have Omega just creating his own luck here, as Ocean Man was able to put that across for him.
Off the side wall, I mean, I guess that's upper 90 in some capacity, but great touch off the siding.
No doubt. So, the intensity, the close games that we saw between Ardrey Kell and JT Williams, it's not quite that, but what you do see is the same level of effort, right? And I think there's maybe a difference between skill level here, but the fact that both of these teams have different skill levels, but they're putting them to their absolute test right now, even in the preseason, pretty much shows what CMS League is all about.
I will say though, at some point, right, like we recognize at the 2:30 mark, like in our heads, it's 0-0, but you look at the score, it is 7-1. You have to get more aggressive. You're probably playing out of your goal. You're going for and taking some risks that you wouldn't do if the game was truly 0-0. So it is a best of 5 series. We'll see what game 2 looks like. I'm not ready to count them out just yet, Bear.
Not either. I mean, they've shown some promise for sure. I mean, obviously, chemistry is something that's going to come with time between these two. And Providence with a big win here in game number 1. It'll be a long trail. It'll be a long trail back for Adam and Uncanny, but definitely not one that's impossible. I learned very clearly from Season 1 that you never count any team out in any capacity, whether we talk about esports or on the STEM side either. I mean, I want to talk about how much you followed the STEM side when we talk about a team like Garinger, right, who started off and they didn't have much of a team at all, and then came back with flying colors and just put on show with the game that they were able to create in little time.
Yeah, and I want to commend everyone's effort, and I'll say it's just kind of like the exact opposite of the esports side, where there's a score and there's a definitive leader. On the STEM side, right? Everyone's learning, everyone's gaining access to critical skills. So I don't want to say everyone's a winner in that capacity, but everyone takes something that they can carry on to the next avenue of that. And looking forward to this year, I mean, I think we've built a lot of traction to see some really great results in Season 0, and like you said, we had some great winners there, and so the success on the Garinger side, I won't say too much, but we've even taken some of the leaders from that group and had them help us organize the next season of this. And I think we're going to see a better product, and something that we're really excited about is just seeing more schools in this and the interactions that those kids can have on the Discord. We'll see. I think the projects out here might replace you and I and the jobs that we can do. But you know, for now I have my job, and we'll see how long that lasts.
Speaking of which, as you know, top level executive currently, what are some of the skills that you see in esports, which you could relate to traditional sports too, as you're probably more familiar? What are some of those aspects of gaming itself that can really help you out and get to that next level, to get to the top level? We talk about communication all the time, right? Maybe that's your number one. Maybe it's something else.
Yeah, no, I think those are the exact right things, right? Like, I don't want to use too much of an anecdotal reference here, but very much so back in the day, right, we were working with our hands. We were miners, we were coal miners, and we were doing a lot, trying to do manual labor pieces. And then the transition into the innovation world, right, we're working a lot more with our brain. And moving forward, there's a lot of sentiments with all of this generative AI. As a lot of these jobs get automated and the access to what the most quote-unquote critical skills are moving forward, there's a lot of subjectivity into that. But we know that in the heart of it, working with people is always going to be necessary. So for a lot of these kids, they don't have high stakes, or let's say very intense, get the heart rate moving, stakes where they're having to be competing and collaborating with their peers. So just like you said, all the opportunities to have access to a mentor, be coached, play with your teammates, do something fun, but do something that takes a lot of skill and a lot of cooperation in order to be great at. And you're getting access to folks who don't have the avenues into normal athletics. We're getting to do that and learn those exact same skills. And then some of the more, trivial things like showing up on time and being accountable and making sure your controller works and all of the necessary things in order to be successful.
It's quite underrated sometimes, those little things that you just mentioned at the very end. And I think you're right across the board. And I think esports kind of draws a perfect parallel to what you're saying, like traditional sports to esports versus the more physical labor versus using your brain, right? And that's why you see a transition. I mean, even the Olympics said that they were going to incorporate esports. Sure, it's not the esports that I am familiar with their play, on a regular basis, but they are including that because there is a transition in that way for everybody who exists.
Yeah, and I don't want to be too pedantic here, but I mean, some of this stuff is like the effort that you have and can control and learn to manifest that into a concentrated, iterative, day-by-day, consistent effort. You'll be surprised by how much not only you can build in your career, but in your life as well. And I've heard even anecdotes from, I have a favorite musician who once said the only reason he became a famous guitarist is because he was good at showing up every day and making sure his amp worked, right? So it's just stuff like that, making sure you're on time, you're showing up to the game on time, your controller works. And doing that every single day. I think that builds in consistent effort, and that's a skill that you can only learn by doing stuff like this.
Definitely. And by having all of that squared away and ready to go, it also, of course, allows you more time to practice in general. So it's really the stepping stone in barriers, or breaking down barriers in that way. So
For sure.
Love hearing it. So Providence up 1-0, make it 2-0. As now Legend gets in on the game as Providence came prepared with their 3 players. And look at them popping off here as Ocean Man goes back to work. He didn't quite connect on that one, but Legend making his first appearance here for Providence and making it 2-0 in what will be a best of 3 here, actually, Pasha. So a chance for Providence to close out here before we head to our next match as well. And so far, so good for this squad. Who will make it 3-0? No, just a little bit off the mark. We'll stay at 2-0 mark. But the way Providence is pushing, I don't think it'll stay 2-0 very long.
Oh, we got a little aerial attempt. Barely missing out on the goal. And there's the dunk.
There it is. Legend, 8-4-2. Not to be confused with the Legend 27 from the infamous commercial back in the day.
I have to confess, I know I'm getting old because I didn't even decipher that as Legend. I was like, oh, it's 13 something. So count me out as relevant in the esports arena. Glad we have you here.
It's like you're not one of the 1337, as we say in the industry, the elite.
Oh, wow.
You know what I'm saying?
That hurts.
Well, we have you on the STEM side, and for that, we're super thankful. And for Providence, they're very thankful that they have Ocean Man, who's been popping off here recently. 4-0 now for Providence, as they've taken and established a big lead here with 2 minutes left. And again, taking a step forward in their esports side. We'll see if it translates to STEM later in this season too. I obviously have a place in my heart for Providence, as I'm alumni from that high school.
Oh, born and raised, Charlotte, North Carolina. Stand up. Let's love to see it. So for the folks who are like kind of with us for the first time, I'll say that this is obviously the preseason. We're working out the kinks. This is the first Wednesday night light. Bear, let's give them something to look forward to, right? The next stream is this Wednesday. That's week 1. I know I'm excited. Any predictions for week 1 or maybe the season in general?
Here's a great question. First off, I do want to say that teams that found their way in Season 0 towards the end, like we said, with Geringer, was really making strides. I see them getting off to a quick start and pretty consistent throughout.
What a save. Oh, what a save.
I cannot believe. No, he was on the goal line for what seemed like a lifetime. That entire soliloquy that I had, it was on the goal line. They did dig it out. Almost got their first goal too. But there's teams that are performing, right? So Ardrey Cal, right, and JT Williams. Expect them to pop off early. But also some of these new teams, Harding, maybe not in the esports world quite yet, but I feel like one of these new teams is going to surprise us in a way. Maybe off to a slow start, but over time you'll see them improve. And I really think that some teams might surprise you, and hopefully we don't see any teams fall off. But there's only one place at the top, truly, and I think JT Williams is after that spot after a bit of a mishap towards the end of the season in the esports side. I think he come back strong and ride their STEM side too in order to really truly bring a presence late. They're one of my favorites to win everything.
For sure, and there's so much uncertainty, just like you said, with the entire league expanding and essentially doubling, right? We don't know what good young talent is out there chomping at the bit, and even coming into our streams and watching and wishing that their school had participated in the past, right? I think there's been a lot of hype. There's been a lot of people reaching out to us saying, hey, how can I get my school involved? Why weren't they involved? Really grateful for the partnership here with Pepper Sports and Entertainment, and obviously the Panthers, Charlotte FC, and a bunch of other sponsors we're going to reveal throughout the course of this season. But we're just excited and thrilled to be able to give this opportunity to everyone in the ecosystem. And just like you said, you know, this is an Olympic sport now. Why not make sure that Charlotte and all the students in our area are able to have access to this and learn a lot of really cool stuff along the way. So Bear, I appreciate you, and it looks like Providence picks up the win here.
That's right, 2-0 victory here in the series. Harding definitely stepped it up, though, and in fact, they almost got that last goal as well. It just went off a couple of posts, so just that far off, right? And obviously, it's a new program here. They're trying to find out, you know, who's going to represent them on the Rocket League side and who's going to represent them on the Valorant side. Which is funny because that's kind of how the Olympics works. Like, who's going to represent us at the, you know, in the 200 meter for the United States, right? And who's going to represent us in Valorant, Rocket League, Super Smash Bros, and FIFA, right, to represent Charlotte FC too, which just kicked off their season too. Were you able to make it to the season opener, or do you plan on making any games throughout the season?
I did not make it to the season opener. I did last year. It's one of the most exciting. I think we had the highest MLS attendance. I could be totally wrong about that. I heard that we had the highest MLS attendance in season opener this season. So, I mean, you got to love the passion. And I think that a lot of that passion comes from just the conversations in our community and a lot of folks being excited to participate in stuff like this and being known and active in the community and building doorways so that people are seeing their brand here and everywhere else, right? I think there's a lot of energy there.
Well, Pasha, thank you so much for joining me on the CMS Varsity Esports and STEM League stream, man. It was a pleasure.
Absolute pleasure, Bear. Catch you next time.
Absolutely. We're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, it's the team that I coached last season. It's going to be West Charlotte facing off with Palisades. Don't go anywhere. You're watching the CMS League. Welcome back to the CMS Varsity Esports and STEM League. Again, I'm your host, Bearlight, by myself this time, as we launch the next series here in the preseason for Season 1. We appreciate you joining us and hanging out with us in the meantime. We want to see you hype it up in chat all season long as you see your teams, your schools from the CMS school system compete in both Rocket League, Valorant, Super Smash Brothers, FIFA, and of course in STEM as well. So we have our next matchup live right now. It's one that team that I used to coach in West Charlotte. They're facing off with Palisades here. Palisades coming in with experience, Caleb's you, Log, and who is Caleb. Again, those three coming together as a package deal from last season and definitely showed their hand. But on the other side, we have Malik, we have MTD Baby Hippo, as I refer to him as, is Hippo. And a Washer, who is actually not able to make it tonight, but part of this roster and one of the leaders of this squad. I know definitely pushing towards that champ level, so looking to challenge this Palisades team. But again, this West Charlotte team definitely going to have a challenge in front of them in Palisades because of that experience that they were able to gain last year. But the same could be said about West Charlotte as well. A little bit of me wants to pull forward this West Charlotte team and see a big upset in this preseason match, so we'll see if they can do just that. The match going to start up here momentarily, but again, just want to show again that we have a second stream as well that you can be checking out in the meantime too. So make sure you go over to twitch.tv/CMS Esports League B. You can also check out all the action on YouTube. So if you prefer the YouTube streams, you can definitely check out the CMS Esports Varsity STEM League there as well. Off the bat for game number 1, you see Palisades trying to challenge in on West Charlotte, but the defense will hold strong for now. You'll see West Charlotte chip out of the zone and start themselves, as Sub will chip it in. It's funny because his name is Sub in the game and is also the sub here for West Charlotte appropriately, as KillMK, aka who is Caleb, as we know them in the Discord server. It's actually Sub. Sorry, I thought it was Sub. Well, that works either way. There's no KillMK going to try to challenge Malik, but in the corner they go. It's Kill'em right back towards the box. But luckily for West Charlotte, nobody from Palisades there to challenge. And it'll be Mystical holds on. We'll leave it for Malik. Good touch away as CJ's trying to backtrack here. Malik with a shot, and that one's going to be defended well by the map. Now Mystical right back on it. Mystical, one of those players that chose and has always been playing with keyboard and mouse, which is very interesting, especially when you see the developed mechanics and the way that he's been able to really up his game by leaps and bounds. All of that done on keyboard and mouse. Just keep that in mind too. And West Charlotte's on the board first as they have the lead over Palisades 1-0 as Map just got bested in the 50-50 from Malik. And Sub just challenged KillMK. Thought they were going to get that extra touch. It was not to be. And so it is West Charlotte on top here for game number 1. And I've talked, I've talked with, Hippo prior to the series, and he was talking about how he wanted to show off what improvements he's made. He said, "We're in this, we're ready to go," and it shows. Right now, is they have the 1-0 lead.
Fairlight.
It's Tark joining me in the stream.
I'm back.
Tark, welcome. What's up, buddy?
Well, as I jumped over, now that we're in this new 2-stream model, simultaneously, madness, dogs living with cats, mass hysteria, I got to talk to your old pal Discounts, and I think we both figured out that you have me muted on your computer that he's sitting at. I'm unsure exactly what's happening. We walked through the technical difficulties of it, and then I think we found out that it was actually not production at all. It was something perhaps you did to me personally. Not sure on the details. Figure it out in the debrief.
Wow. Here's what I have to say in defense here, is that we kicked off the A stream and everything seemed to work just fine. Maybe that's something that Discount had accidentally hit. We'll discover the real meaning behind this mute in just a little bit.
Tossing it back on Discounts. I see it and I like it.
More news at 11.
West Charlotte here. So now we're looking at some serious teams. Catch me up real quick. Did I miss anything crazy in the last hour and a half?
my boys from West Charlotte. I actually coached this squad last season, and they were just getting going about halfway through the season, so they didn't have a quote-unquote varsity team per se. However, their top team now showing up 2-0 right now over Palisades. This is not, they're not missing anybody on the Palisades side, I'm pretty sure. CJ's in there, right? They've got Killam K, aka Caleb, right? The map might be a new addition there, so maybe they're getting him up to speed. But yeah, West Charlotte showing up, and Malik is one of those players that I got to see briefly in my coaching, and he's been a difference maker for sure, and one to watch for West Charlotte.
Yeah, Palisades is no joke. I mean, they had some of their issues, and we saw that, but they're definitely no joke. We've seen some new teams come in here as they take a shot and as they look to basically end that thing, man. That's beautiful right there. You know, I remember them being good, like good to the level that West Charlotte up 2-1 right now. You know, that's letting me know West Charlotte's coming to play for real in this next season.
Yeah, they certainly have stepped up their game. I remember, you know, practicing with this squad and going into private matches, and I knew we had a lot of work ahead of us, and I think they accepted that mission, and more importantly, they were up for it, right? And continuously improved within themselves. And you know, Saab comes in as a sub here for the preseason, and obviously he's been leaving a mark as well, so in a positive way. But I've been really impressed with both Mystical and Malik right now and what they've been able to accomplish here through this first game. But again, this is a long series, and we know this, Tarek. These best of fives, you really have to perform the entire time to find any kind of success. And in fact, the shot from Palisades just a little bit wide.
Yeah, I got to tell you, if Palisades doesn't tie this up before we get down to 0, I'm going to be surprised.
I'm with you. Yeah, I think this team is too dynamic offensively, and that would really be my next test for this West Charlotte team. Is being able to not only have the lead, but play with it, right, and keep that lead throughout. Right now, we tick down. I mean, 37 seconds left here. This ball will trickle out to midfield. Killam K right on it, though. He'll try to challenge that theory, as this one will pop across the box, and the map was up for it. Good challenge from Saab, though. Holds back. Now he's got a breakaway. This one going to chill at midfield as Mystic will try to push it forward. Went sideways with it. Malik back in support. Good rotations from West Charlotte as they try to hold off here in the last 10 seconds. CJ up high. Killam K try to get to it as well. Malik here in the corner. This one will pop across. Saab now will hold back. CJ last chance has to keep it up in the air and does. Killam K, but it's going to be knocked away from Saab, and they didn't do it. They didn't tie it. It's West Charlotte that walks away with a Game 1 win. My goodness. West Charlotte, Saab and Malik together with a goal apiece, able to hold off the breaking through Palisades as Killam K put one on the board, but it was not enough. And so, again, West Charlotte outshot by 2, but still able to be on the positive end of the scoreboard, of course, and get their Game 1 win. This is a team that, you know, this is basically the roster that we saw when we saw West Charlotte in the junior varsity side of things. So stepping up to the varsity side and basically with the same roster obviously proves that they have been on a mission and look to really improve upon themselves. And so far, so good. But again, that's just game number 1. Tark has been calling the comebacks as they come, right, and the potential comebacks here. And for West Charlotte, they have to look out because Palisades will be coming at them hot. But if there's one thing I know about the West Charlotte team, they love a challenge.
And I'm here. I'm magically floating around you right now in the ether. I'm going to tell you, we're learning things. Look up. I'm to your left. Your other left.
Oh, there he is. Got it. Oh, other left.
Bingo. Obviously, try this one. Listen, we're ironing out the kinks here today, right now as we speak. I think the thing that jumped out at me most as I click the buttons live right now, I'm doing it, Bearlight. I'm clicking the buttons. I'm clicking the things. Let's see how production does it. As I saw that game right there, and then as we looked at the scoreboard at the end, you know what jumped out at me?
What's that?
The evenness of the threes on each side right there. We saw the evenness of their overall scores, whether it was shots or defense. In the teams that are going to do not as well, you're going to see an imbalance. You're going to see one player carrying everybody, and that means that this could be a closer 5-game series than people might think.
I'm with you. I think they've proven that they are able to go toe-to-toe with Palisades. Now, is that going to end in a best-of-5 win? That's yet to be seen. Definitely a good start, though, right? In that first game at the varsity level, I know it's preseason, but that still has to do a lot of good things to the mentality of the team, too, right? Saying, we're labeled as JV last season. Forget about it, right? We're a varsity team. We're ready to play, ready to compete, and a lot of work ahead of them. Like, talk about our Drew Cal. You talk about JT Williams. Will this team match up to that degree? As far as it shows right now, I'm not too certain there. But it's a long season, number one. And these players have been up for the challenge so far to make the first step. A couple more steps to go, but so far so good. But this one, going to bounce down to the box. Saab needs to try and get a touch. Nobody able to get to it for West Charlotte, but Malik able to dig them out of a hole, and Saab will take over from the sidewall.
Yeah, man, look at this action right now. I'm telling you, Bearlight, I feel it. These guys are coming to play. Off the wall with the touch. The map, Coing and making it 1-0. Palisades coming back. West Charlotte not going to do what they just did to them again.
No, Palisades finally finding a lead in this series. It'll be the first time they've had a lead, as West Charlotte held it for the entirety of game number one. And they scored pretty quickly, too, by the way. So, I mean, West Charlotte's had a lead for a majority of this series. Palisades, it's their turn. Knock on the door. Force the hand of West Charlotte. A little show.
I love it.
Can West Charlotte also play, down and trying to chase the game a little bit? Hopefully, that it doesn't feel like they're chasing it too much, that they can kind of control and tie this game up. But right now, pressuring is Palisades, and that's a shot from CJ. Able to catch that angle for a 2-1 lead, or 2-0 lead.
Palisades, I mean, this is it. Once again, when you've got 3 players on both sides of the pitch that are all equally contributing, that are all high performance, high players, anything can happen. And when you come off a tilt game just getting beat, they've all stepped their game up right now, and I love to see it.
Certainly have. Saab needing to make a big save there, too. Otherwise, this could get out of hand pretty quickly. And so playing that down the field was huge. But at the same time, they just played right into the hands of CJ, who's up for it. Not Coach CJ, as we know, a.k.a. Pathfinder, a different CJ. Otherwise,
it's the boy CJ, in fact.
Yeah, otherwise it would be, a terrible Rocket League player. But instead, we have a good one.
You know what struck me, Bearlight, is I was with you at certain points over the weekend in the Charlotte Convention Center watching the Halo Championship Series, right? HCS, is that what it was?
It was, correct. HCS
exactly. What I loved is when you watch the guys and girls playing there, I mean, they're famous people. They're playing for big teams, big team names that we all know, Space Station, Optic, all the big plays. And I was sitting here thinking of us casting the little beginner league stuff where we're figuring out, what do we call people? Malik 1 only. Do we call Malik only? Oh, as right now the map brings it to 3. The map, right? You call map? And then I saw the names, and everyone knew their names. Everyone knew them. But when you saw the actual written handle, I noticed this where I was like, oh, well, that's like Killimak Saab 2183, whatever it is. And then they all started with people probably casting them, wondering what to say, and then they got famous, and they're televised, all that stuff. And it just showed me the connection between where we are right now and where they are, and that there is indeed a thread between the two.
There definitely is, and a path for everybody, right, to some degree. And so, to have their first little bit in that bit of discovery, it's so true. I mean, the beginning stages, everybody starts somewhere, right? And we can talk about this in esports too, where you talk about the professional level, but then we talk about the professional level in the workforce, right? And having the coding skills and bringing it back to STEM, right? It shows that maybe you're a nobody at the moment in whatever field you decide to go into. But maybe you can become a CTO, you know, a COO, as we heard from Malcolm and Pasha, right? So it applies to both worlds for sure. And just because you don't have a name now doesn't mean that there's multitude of moments where you can seize it and then become who it is that you want to be, become a household name.
That's exactly right. It's about creating and defining your own brand through your action. And through your action isn't always on this pitch. It's through your practice. It's through your hard work. And that applies to esports. It applies to STEM, entrepreneurship, everything that we strive to create and teach. As right now, Killer Mike comes in and puts Palisades up 5-0.
Man, oh man. Map. Put it across, kill him, did the rest. Good dunk there as the defender was there, present, but just read well by the attacker of Palisades, who definitely found their way here. West Charlotte off to a strong start in the series, but then since then, Palisades have had the last 7 goals straight. So been a bit of a tough time here for West Charlotte to try to create chances. Palisades has been all over it. And I mean, that's what you get from an experienced team, you know, to give Palisades a bit of an edge. They did have the experience against those varsity teams. For West Charlotte, you know, you can tell they have the talent, that the momentum is there, that the potential is there. They just haven't had the experience yet. And experience is just about everything in a whole lot of ways.
That's exactly right. This is really the tale of 2 different games to back, like we said. And again, I attribute it to when you've got 6 strong players on the pitch equally bearing the workload, anything can really happen. And it's about who had the better comms, who had the better luck in some cases, and then who just mentally, their mental game was prepared for that moment, right? And now as we hit the 0 mark at 5-0, second game lost here, now bringing the series 1-1, the question is, who's going to step up? What are they going to be saying over these next 60 seconds to each other to wipe away this beatdown again? Now, Mystical Pink, look at that right there. That is one example right there of someone who really didn't carry the load in the way of other folks. We saw Mystical Pink do that in the first game. Maybe that's the difference maker that we saw West Charlotte get the beatdown they just took.
Yeah, for me, you know, in knowing these players, that's MTD Baby Hippo, as we know him in the Discord server. And he's the one to be the first to organize the team and say, hey, where's this player, right? We need you online to try to get the practices in, right? So to be a leader in that way, in the more routine ways, right? Now it's totally different getting on the pitch and having the mechanics necessary in order to keep up with that. I think the leadership is there. The communication has always been there, at least for him. It's just being able to step up to the plate at the right times. And I think, you know, organizing the team and really building a camaraderie, right? A team that likes to get together and play as a whole and communicate and really, you know, find that teamwork that they need in order to overcome the lack of experience that they have at the varsity level. That's going to be everything. So how he plays in this next game will truly lean me one way or another as far as if West Charlotte is capable of taking down a team like Palisades.
So let me ask you a question. It sounds to me, and you're a great coach as well, it sounds to me like that person is indeed a leader of the team, a coordinator, someone that makes it happen. Is it fair to say that from a talent, skill-based level on the field, they're the third person, or are they above that in your opinion?
Right now, I would say third to that degree. So
yeah. See, and that's my point right here. That person we talked about this for years, you and I, Bear Light, on these casts. Whoever is in the third spot has so much opportunity and potential to change the trajectory of the game by simply playing above their capabilities. And it's one thing to be a leader. That's amazing. That's an amazing lesson learned. But if you want to be great as a team, you've got to outplay your current capability. You've got to outplay your position. And we're looking right now for that person to do that for West Charlotte. Let's see if they can do it.
Oh, Kill him, gonna get the first goal credited, but that's because, unfortunately, it looked like Saab put it in his own net. Kill him, K. I mean, it forced the hand as he had to do something to try to get a touch, but you gotta trust your teammate and Malik there. It looks like Saab did not. But I'm with you there. Mystical as well, fun fact, was able to make it out to the LAN as well and hung out with everybody, regardless of West Charlotte not being able to compete at that one based on the availability of other players. But Mystical said, I still want to check it out, right? I want to live this experience. I want to feel what it's like to be at the LAN, right, and have that kind of dedication. So the dedication is there, and that's step number 1. Step 2 is to really overcome this difficulty that Palisades seems to be putting on them constantly.
Yeah, Palisades, my gut reaction at this point, unless West Charlotte proves me wrong, is they came in with preseason, off-season nerves and rustiness, and then after a first game, towards the end of it, they got their groove back, much like Stella did. And one side note, Bearlight, as a 90s hip-hop junkie, I prefer to call Kill'em K a Killer Mike, if I can. If we could do that, I believe it would behoove us all. Or perhaps I'll just do that by myself.
We can do it both. I'm down.
Killer Mike!
Hit the mic, baby! Oh, my. Giving me the good vibes of the old days, right? All the buddies hanging around.
Love it.
That one's pretty free. Oh, a chance for West Charlotte. That one challenged the box, but nothing doing again. Saab will try to touch this down, but it's right to a shot. Malik couldn't get back to it. Palisades all over it now. I think it was all about incorporating the map into it, and the map has really shown the way for Palisades. Yeah, I did it, and it's 3-0 here for this squad here in game number 3.
I got to call it. I got to go ahead and call this game in game 3, this match in game 3 right now. West Charlotte came out strong. I feel like their mental game, I'm not hearing their comms. I wish I could right now. I bet you there's a lot of silence. There's a lot of talk looking backward or current, not forward. You know, the way that comms are supposed to go, plus probably a lot of frustration. Unless they show us something that will shock me, I got to tell you, this is all over.
Yeah, and that's a hard habit to break as well when you get down in a game. It's what separates some of the best teams in the world from teams that are great, right? It's just that ability to take it with a grain of salt. Everything that happens that's in a negative fashion, you have to let it go. You have to get on to the next play. Be forward, right? Be forward thinking. So you nailed you definitely hit the nail on the head there. And a great flick again. Kill'em K showing off skills. We definitely praised Kill'em K for a great defensive showing last season. So apparently the offense has some true skill as well with that crazy little flick.
Mark my words here, Bearlight. Mark my words. Now, I may change this because I haven't seen hardly anybody. However, Palisades is going to do well this season.
All right. Esports-wise, STEM-wise, both. What do you think?
I'm only talking esports right now. I'm only basing this on what I've seen, and I've only probably seen the entirety of 4 games so far, at pieces of them. I feel like they're hot. Then again, you know, I might be a little skewed by the fact that West Charlotte came out hot and they didn't, and then they came back and dominated. So maybe I'm overclocking West Charlotte's skill set right now. I like the speed I'm seeing of this game. I like to see some of the aerial play, so it makes me feel like it's a better game, and they're just dominating it. So we'll see where they were a good team last year, but I feel like if I know this squad, they probably did a lot of off-season practice.
Yeah, came back stronger, and I think it's okay to look at West Charlotte as an opponent that came out strong and maybe fell off a little bit. I think the real focus, though, is the fact that West Charlotte did come out strong and Palisades made the adjustments, but not only just to win the series, but to dominate, to take over. They saw a pattern that was happening with West Charlotte, and they've been able to expose it. Game after game here is going to be the case after this one. I mean, 2 dominant wins here and a chance to close out the series in the next one. And all West Charlotte can do is really hold on. It seems like they've been on their heels ever since the kickoff of game number 2, and maybe even a little bit farther back as Palisades started to really find their stride halfway through game number 1.
Exactly.
So Saab.
Man, 7-0. This is a straight beatdown. Honestly, for the I wouldn't have ever guessed that it would have gone this route. I thought it was going to be tight, like I said in that first game, and they would tighten up. But this is just a total breakdown And to me, if they could play that first game the way they did, there's something other than just their skills that's going on here right now. So who coaches West Charlotte?
West Charlotte is in the hands of, let's see, Tower Sparky is come on as a coach.
Well, I got to tell you, they better that coach better get some serious mental exercises going. Just like any traditional varsity sport, it's not just about practice and mechanics and all that stuff. It's teamwork and leadership and comms. It's also about your mental game. And in fact, I got to tell you, at this level, it's a lot about your mental game. After you get cracked, after somebody comes and scores on you 3 times, do you give up? Are you playing loose? Do you forget your fundamentals? Do you not have a plan? The mental discipline. I think if you're listening and watching this and you've not watched esports before and you're cracking up and thinking that's not a thing, let me tell you something, it absolutely is.
Yeah, 100%. You can tell by the mentality, by the way that momentum is so strong too. That all goes back to mentality, right? And feeling like something is difficult to accomplish can actually make things way more difficult, right? Having the positive mindset to truly believe that any outcome is possible, which is a reality to some degree. I mean, obviously there's a point in a game where it's 7-0 with 15 seconds left. It's not possible, right? If that was the end of the series. But coming into a series fresh or getting a fresh start on a game, right, when the series isn't over yet, you're jumping into the next game in a series, you got to bounce back. You got to brush it off the shoulders, right? Show yourself. Show your hand. It's now or never. So it's preseason for a reason. There's so many things to judge here, and for West Charlotte, what I'm watching is how you bounce back, how you fight until the very end, and if you give a challenge here at the tail end of this best of 5, which seems like it's going to close out next game, quite frankly.
Preseason for a reason, says Bearlight.
That's right.
Let me tell you, that is a strong statement. And I hope the one takeaway, like preseason's for a lot of reasons, right?
Yeah.
Preseason's for a lot of reasons. One of them is for us to get production down, especially given the fact that we've got 2 concurrent streams. And it's only going to get bigger as we grow statewide and then beyond there. But it's also about the teams getting to experience this, get the jitters out, get them more in regular season form. But I think my big takeaway here, and for those listening, take it. For those not, share it, is for our coaches. We have the best coaching stable and lineup of any pound-for-pound high school or collegiate organization and district, in my opinion, anywhere I've ever seen. So right now, I got to emphasize practice, 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 of course. If you're not practicing, I'm not even really talking to you. If you're not really going in there and doing the fundamentals, I'm not talking to you. But if you are and you're trying, the mental game, the mental toughness, if every one of our coaches is not emphasizing that and showing that, like West Charlotte is completely off the rails, like falling apart. Some of that stuff, but honestly, when you look at something like that, Palisades gets all the credit in the world, but you feel like West Charlotte is playing on tilt. You feel like they're going for the Hail Mary every single time now, and it's just leaving the opportunities for a superior team, maybe not all that superior, but definitely superior, to just have all the angles and stuff, man. And that's the mental game and how much it matters in this.
It certainly does. And right now, West Charlotte trying to dig out. I mean, you got to respect some of the things that, I've seen here in chat. It's a few of the things from West Charlotte. All right, we're going to lock it in, right? It seems like they have, a positive vibe to some degree, at least in their words, right? Would love to see that kind of translate to their actions. So it seems like their confidence is there to some degree, at least in their words. Let's see them put it to the test, right? They need to find some results, and just one little thing could really lead them to a better place. But right now it is a little bit of chaos here as Palisades, again, up 2-0. And, that'll tear you down even farther. And you're right. It just seems to be a little bit, I say a little bit. It's pretty much off from the get-go. Off the kickoff here. It'll be Palisades. Right back to it. CJ jumping out in front, trying to get a bump here. West Charlotte really reluctant to challenge, it seems. They just seem to be a little bit nervous and all their challenges here. Finally, Malik able to step up and get that challenge too. And now Saab gets the demo, and it'll be Mystical and Malik both on the wall here. And this one will be back towards the net. A chance for a tap in. The bouncer's still there and available, but they're able to get out of harm's way for now, and Malik will push it forward for the first time in a while, it seems, for West Charlotte. As Malik trying to use that back wall, but Mystical pushed up too far. The map with free open range. It'll be Palisades up 3-0.
Again, look, nobody's back. The fundamentals are gone on the team. They're all up. I mean, what do you see there, Bear? Like, you understand the fundamentals of where the positions, where the rotation should be. Somebody should have been at least remotely back there, right?
Yeah, exactly. Should have been about midfield, and that's where you circle back to. I see a lot of teams with problems, wanting to go all the way back to your own infra boost to 100% when you have ball possession. You want to be up in the play. That was the opposite effect, where you saw everybody pushed up forward. It was the same thing that you diagnosed to some degree the last time you were talking about the rotations, which was everybody pushed up too far forward, like they pulled their goaltender in hockey, right? Or they.
And why do you do that? Exactly. Why do you do that? Because you're on tilt and you're trying to hit a home run every single play. But in Rocket League, every single game in a series starts over with 5 minutes on the clock, and you got to wipe your brain of what happened last time. It is the mental game. And I'm going to tell you, if there's one thing I hope to see exponential growth in this league in this next spring season, the second we've done, as Palisades just continues here, it is the mental game. Like, I want to see people that can turn around. Like, this is so disappointing to me to see how they can play in the first game when they're mentally strong, and then all of a sudden when the other team comes back, they just completely crumble. Like, that is, to me, that is something that we can solve. And it doesn't frustrate me so much that I think it's somewhere in their life Rocket League is going to pop up in their mid-30s and all of a sudden they're going to need to be strong. These are the skills in life you need.
Yeah.
When you're in jobs, in college, wherever you're going to go, like, things are going to get tough, and you cannot go on tilt. You cannot try to hit home runs when you think ultimately, and there you go, maybe this is the moment where they step back a little. Like, it's about grinding it out, surviving the barrage that you're going to get, and then coming back and inching your way back into the game.
Yeah.
And that's a lesson for life.
Agreed for sure. And sometimes it is effective at this point in time, in a series, to do one thing correctly, right? To get a big goal, to really prove to yourself that you got it. Now, you don't want that to be the case all the time, right? To play on your heels constantly. But it is a good way to take a step back. And, to get there in the first place, you do have to do all the little things right. And so, you want to see them continue in that fashion, and you want to see them build off of that too, and really push themselves forward. And we'll see if they can get it done, as Malik, again, was a difference maker, but has kind of fallen off the base of the planet. Hasn't seen a whole lot from him, but that's a bouncer, and it will find its way through. And Saab has been the one to do it a couple of times.
This is cool. Now, look, after two like that, plus this was a little bit lucky, but at the same time, that's 2 goals in a row. I bet they're getting some of that confidence back now. So watch to see, like, how much of a mental game this is if these guys can keep this up.
Coach and chat hyping up the crowd that's here too, as you see Tower Sparky in there trying to get everybody hyped up for it. What a save from Mystical, who again we talked about had some struggles there in a couple of games, but then suddenly comes out of nowhere with a huge save.
That alone is worth, noting. And look at this right here. Oh man, I thought he was gonna go. That save alone is, again, back to fundamentals, not trying to hit a home run every time. Playing positions, playing roles.
And now a follow-up from Malik, too.
See this is what I'm talking about. That team that just got demolished for like 2.5 games straight is all of a sudden back in. What changed? They didn't suddenly get better. Their mental game, they got a little bit of a boost. It's all about that.
Yep, and they did. They found that one thing, right? Saab was able to find a goal by just obliterating their opponent quite literally with the blazer, and that really had them come alive. But again, necessarily want to rely on a good thing to happen in order to find your way back, but that's what happened here.
Exactly. All this does is prove my point that, and there you go again with that defense. It proves my point that it wasn't the skill set problem necessarily. It was the mental game, and they lost it, and then they went for home runs and forgot about fundamentals. And look at them right now. They're grinding out. I mean, they deserve, like, that was a lot of good defense before that. That wasn't a give up where they went for a home run and then Palisades suddenly got this score. Like, they did a solid 2 or 3 defensive interactions before they gave it up. There's nothing to be sad about there. They're playing well again. Now watch, they're probably like, oh, it's too late to win. I feel like their mental game is at their skills probably at a level 6. Their mental game's at a level like 1, 2 right now, and that has to be upped.
Oh, that shot could have been the dagger for sure as West Charlotte look to push out. I like that Saab was still on it, but unfortunately, he did get a touch actually there as Malik will now push it out. And CJ's backwards here. They need the challenge, but it came a little bit too late. 9 seconds left here. Saab going to try to turn. They challenge, but again, a little bit too far forward rotationally. Mystical with a good rotation, but you see Palisades, they have won it, as now it'll hit the ground. Palisades with the win, dominant fashion. West Charlotte had a little bit of something to say, but not enough to hold back the charge, the wave that was Palisades here, as 2 hat tricks on the board for Palisades. The map and CJ both getting in on the action, and they'll push past West Charlotte 3-1.
Man, now look at that game right there. Everyone contributed. Once again, you know, you're seeing 6 players that were all part of it. It just goes back. The mental game is about the team. The mental game is also about the individual players themselves and how they are individual contributors on that team. So that was a great lesson, I hope, for all of our coaches to go back and look at for this season. Preseason's about a lot of things, Bear Light, but one of them is also for us to see this and decide as leaders of this league what we want to really focus on. And now my commitment is very clear. I want to focus on the mental aspects of this, not just to make professional esports athletes. These are the mental strengths that they're going to need in their careers, in their collegiate experiences, and everything they're going to go do beyond this point. That is my big takeaway from that match.
Yeah, I'm with you completely. I think it was night and day. You talk about teams that are streaky, and that's a mentality thing, right? You can kind of point to what's happening, even at the pro level. So, you can draw parallels to basically anything, professional esports and or in the professional world. So we'll see if they can bounce back. The coach is saying that they think so. So they said next week is the week, boys. We'll see if they can step it up and do just that. We are going to take a quick break here before we kick off the last match of the night. It'll be a good one, too. Olympic coming at South Mech for the last one here, Tark. But we'll be right back after this quick message. Well, a great day here at the CMS Varsity Esports and STEM League for the preseason. And it looks to give you a quick sneak peek of what we can find here as Season 1 kicks off next week. Now we wrap up the preseason with the final match of the night. It'll be Olympic facing off with South Mech in a battle here of these two teams that were in the varsity level last time. Let's take a look at the rosters now as you see Bean, Winter, and Chris P coming in. Facing off with Skimmit, Peyton, and Math. So Skimmit, part of the South Mech squad this time. Coming back from the Charlotte engineering side of things to really add some depth here to the South Mech squad, who definitely ran deep last season, but we'll see if this is the improvement that they need, as all three members of South Mech are different than last season. So don't count them out of this series. As we know what Olympic is all about, their team was pretty stacked last season, and we'll see if that trend continues again here into this one. We see Ginger Ace and Bean to kick things off here, as now they will push forward here with the first opportunity in this best of 5. Getting support from all over the place, too, as you see Rux from Ardry Kelp. See my boy Skimmit, teammates from a lot of the tournaments that I've seen at the Stay Plugged In side of things, too. We'll see if that continues here, as now Ginger will push down. Going to be met by C Hercules. Love that name, by the way, as now it'll be maybe Tron. Great job from Peyton and Hercules to get back up to make that save, as that flick almost eluded the defense here of South Mech. And Skimmit forced backwards in this one. It'll play up and down. Ginger going to try and tap it past, but Skimmit right there to meet him midair. And that'll force Baby Tron to try to push back out. Ginger does get it past the back line here of South Mech, but the bump from Skimmit will send him forward and push him to challenge the Bean. Good 50-50 win here, as Peyton will keep it in the corner. You can tell the pace is definitely amped up since the last series. Skimmit holds back, waits. Ginger gonna try to challenge here. This one will float high. Back up for it is Skimmit. He's got the chance, but a good save there from Babytron, as Skimmit had eyes on the nets and could have definitely buried that one had it not be for just a little bit of peskiness there from the South Mech side. From the Olympic side, rather, as Ginger now pushing forward. Peyton taps out to corner. Babytron couldn't get to that one, so C Hercules right back out. This one will bounce high and right into the hands of the defenders here for Olympic. But that clearing attempt going to be met and bested by Skimmit here. And holds in here to the box. South Mech still pressing in, but Olympic able to hold strong, at least for now. Now Skimmit. Depine just took it out of his hands. And it'll be Tron trying to get to a 2. The shot tried far side, but Skimmit, good job to play the top of the box there. Really cut off the angle, so that way, you really didn't have much of an angle there to work with. Cutting off that angle, so they couldn't really play it anywhere without getting blocked. The shot here, though, what a reactionary save, as Babytron was able to get across to that one. And now see Hercules bullied off of it, too, as they were bodied there in the corner to push them away. And that bounce is going to favor Devine. And Olympic up 1-0 here over South Mech. Man, oh man. These teams pumped out to a strong start. And Peyton, unfortunately, looks like they might have gotten the touch there. Tried to get it away from the Bean, so, I mean, not many options there. Moving backwards towards their own net as the momentum carried it basically into their own net. 1-0 lead here for Olympic. As Olympic High School over to South Mech. Currently a miss, and you won't see that often from either of these teams, but it did happen as Babytron gonna get the goal here. Almost bumped off it, by the way, but Skimmit the one missing, and definitely not the person you would think. They're in the corner, 2-0 lead here for Olympic, and South Mech looks to get the feet under them now. It's Devine pushing forward. Peyton and C Hercules connect and combine for a pass forward for Skimmit, as he looks for Hercules right back there, but Babytron with good recognition there to cut it off. Now Ginger pushing it out, able to beat a member of South Mech to that challenge and force the hands of South Mech defensively, but they're up for the challenge. Skimmit will jump. Try to get the flip reset, but it's a pass over to Hercules. Last defender back. They could not match it in the 2v1, and now a 2-1 lead for Olympics. So South Mech cutting into that one with a great pass from Skimmit. So leave it to Skimmett to come back after a mistake that you don't see very often. He'll be the difference maker on that play, the playmaker, if you will, to bring South Mech back within one. Devine and Peyton will try a challenge here. Skimmett does go over one, but this one will fall into the hands of Baby Tron, who hit it backwards. Whoa, look out. That was almost bad, but that angle was perfect. Found Skimmett on the back post. Oh, Peyton with the good hook up there. And now the defenses. I mean, they started off strong, but since then it has been a different story. The offenses basically get free reign at everything. A 2-2 tie, stalemate here. South Mech able to be up to the challenge of Olympic that they put on early. But now the Bean trying to come right back at them off the kickoff. This one pushed backwards, and Ginger accidentally chipped it backwards. The Bean with good patience just wanted to play the 50-50. But Skimmett somehow finds that angle. What do you mean? Skimmett on fire. That challenge from Peyton also set him up. Peyton has been proven to be a true playmaker, one that we didn't get to witness last year. I say last year, last season rather, which actually was technically in 2022, so I guess that works. Either way, been fantastic here. Early, Devine chips it to Baby, and we're back even at 3. Oh my, we go back and forth. As the kickoff just clearly won, and Peyton was cheating up for South Mech. And then Skimmett had to play net, but it was just well played. Good recognition there from Olympic, and Baby was able to tap that one in after good recognition from Devine to just play it off the back wall. South Mech chose to just hang back and challenge instead. And we find ourselves even as Tron now back out. Good pass over to Ginger. We'll play it towards far side post. That one was actually on target. As you saw, Skimmett was credited with the save. So, good job to jump up and make that save. One that I didn't think was necessary. But, I mean, you don't take chances in that instance. Tron, bested by Hercules. Out here at midfield, it'll be Skimmett trying to push it forward, but beat to it by Ginger Ace. We'll set up to Bean. We'll push it forward, but they're demoed off of it. And now South Mech will try to work in transit as this one will push forward and up high. Hercules looking for the double touch, and he got it! Oh, what a play! South Mech wins 4-3 and a 0-second double touch from Hercules. And South Mech off to a good series lead. What a play. My goodness. Olympic answered South Mech, and South Mech came right back down the field. They said, we don't want to play overtime. Why? Why do we have to play overtime when I can hit these double touches? When you saw it go over the net from Hercules and the defensive Olympic were stuck in the net, kind of twiddling their thumbs, you had a feeling that it might come through and find its way through on the double touch, and surely that's what we got. I mean, these two teams have upped their play, as if Olympic could up it anymore, as it was. But they found a way to do it, and South Mech definitely found their way. As Skimmett's been a huge addition, I'll be honest, but Peyton's really been the one that's been creating the plays, right? The true playmaker who's setting up Skimmett in the first place. This team is dynamic and much better than they were last season, quite frankly. So that's a step up in the right direction here. South Mech has looked great here in the 1-0 lead in the series. I know it's an early series. We saw West Charlotte get a win and then kind of fall off a bit. So is it the same story? I mean, it very possibly can be if they let their guard down, especially against the Olympic team with their full roster here. So I definitely don't see them going anywhere. They'll have to continue that pattern here into game number 2 in order to really find it going. But that was so entertaining. We appreciate everybody for being here at the CMS League and hanging till the very end, as this is the last match, and I can't thank you all enough for sticking around and hanging out with us for a preseason stream. Y'all are great. I just want to say a great bit of gratitude to this stream for coming in, or the chat rather, for coming in and hanging out with us and showing up. You see all the reactions for that last goal. Love to see it. And Devine tried to start off here for Olympic in game number 2. As Rory's Hart back at it. We saw Rory's definitely part of the Sim team and the Rocket League team for South Mech last time. Here to cheer on South Mech. You see him in the chat saying good stuff. Rory's, we love you, bro. Meanwhile, back out is South Mech. This one will pop high. Devine had an opportunity here. Tried to read the touch of Hercules, I guess, and push high to try to get the 50-50, but it was read all the way. So South Mech now forcing Olympic to their own corner, but they will find good passing out of the zone yet again. Peyton backwards didn't really know how to handle it, and so instead we'll be patient and just play it off the next touch off the wall. We'll look to set up Skimmit. We saw that plenty of times in game number 1. And in fact, it'll be Hercules to push it back in. Tried the bouncer, as you knew the shot from Hercules was coming in as a bouncer to allow time for the bump to come out in front. That's well constructed and well organized gameplay overall. As now Olympic will hold back. Their pass was well off the mark, and so Peyton allowed the chance to finally clear it out. And Ginger didn't get that touch. And that's dangerous game, especially against South Mech, who's been so good. But now back the other way. Devine looking for the double, almost got it. Baby, the follow-up, and Skimmit makes a save. And South Mech will somehow keep out, but they got to get this out of the zone as they continuously are being pressured. As you saw Ginger try to get that extra touch, but South Mech will survive. And now Skimmit, flip reset, pass across. A good save from Devine. And Baby Tron will play it back out of the zone here and play it high. Great chances, grade A chances both ways. And we saw some defense fall off in game number 1. Doesn't seem to be that way here in game number 2, as we've seen some big saves to keep it out. Now touch, South Mech back out. Ginger Ace will force Peyton off the side wall. That's a great pass and a finish far side. Olympic up 1-0 here in this game number 2. Yeah, Peyton didn't really know what to do there on that side wall, and Ginger Ace said, I know what to do with this. Far side find on Devine, and good job and credit to Bean for playing that second man so well. I mean, that is the most forgotten about part of a rotation, is to hang there in the play, because it's such a habit to try to fall out and get some boost. Instead, you know, you can camp that far side corner, especially if the defense doesn't see it. And so they connect for now a 1-0 lead. Skimmit, the touchdown, are you kidding me? Wow, my goodness. Able to find their way back. Peyton played it forward, and then Skimmit did the rest. Watch this, just a little tiny touch, right off the bottom side of the car. Just enough to propel it forward, but not enough to go over and hit the crossbar. That is well drawn up and executed both ways there for South Mech and Skimmit, who is beaten to that ball by Ginger as he plays it across in a bouncer. This time, Devine was nowhere to be found. A little bit close, though. Peyton trying to get to it. Devine plays it off the back wall. This should be a follow-up chance. Skimmit able to match. Great save here. Holding back, Skimmit now leaves it for Peyton, who's got more boost in the tank, and will play it forward. Now pushes. Good chance here. Will ramp up. Devine allowed the chance to jump on it. There's nobody else there for South Mech with boost. In fact, everybody's hurting here in the boost department, but it's still Hercules able to get it out now and does find the 100 boost to steal it from Olympic. That way they can try and win this challenge, but Skimmit's actually going to be beat, and so is Peyton. This will go off the corner, finds his way to the box. Devine chips it, trying to get it past, but Skimmit right back out of the zone. That is a huge clear, as it was Olympic really on the doorstep for a majority of the time there in the last minute. They'll continue to push. Tron could not find the beat there on Hercules. He'll use the ceiling to pinch it out. Devine already up at the midfield. Both of these teams with that presence been excellent. Demo frees up some space. This shot far side. Hercules read it. Wow, that was on target, but still couldn't find it past Devine. Now we'll try and challenge. Left in a 1v1. See Hercules needs to do something with it. Does just enough to flip it past one. And actually challenged Olympic. They were very forward positionally, and that gave a chance right back to South Mech. Back-to-back action here between these two teams. Every single little bit of room given has been taken, and it hasn't been a whole lot of room to begin with. Not for either team. Both teams willing to play back, play defensively, and then find the right opportunities to break out of the zone. That's why you see this back and forth tilt consistently between these two teams. That in the midfield presence to push it right back into the zone. the team with the biggest midfield presence right now will end up with the win here. There's no doubt about it. Down to 1 second left. We saw a 0-second goal, and then game number 1 will not happen this time around. It's overtime for game number 2. Olympic feels like they really need this win. I know it's a close series, right? And maybe it's not completely necessary, but if South Mech is able to go to match point, you get close game after close game after close game. It's rare that you'll lose 3 in a row. So that would position them super well here in the remainder of the series. For Olympic, need to try and find a place where South Mech isn't, and that's really hard to deal with Skim it basically everywhere right now. Pass, red, snuffed out. Hercules up for it, tried the double, could not quite get to it. When you see Hercules up for that double touch, you get flashbacks to game number 1 in the way that that one ended too. Heads back, Hercules off the corner, pushes it forward, but loose. It's the Ginger Ace, but Skimmit was right there. And even though you had a member of South Mech in front of Skimmit, he still realized that they weren't going to get there, that they weren't going to beat out that 50-50, that they need to stick on the play a little bit longer. It's Dabeen. We'll finish, though, as basically what seemed like not a whole lot of room to work with. Skimmit thought he had cleared into the corner. Dabeen read it all the way and able to jump on it far side post. You don't see a whole lot of offensive-minded individuals who will press forward on that chance. Skimmit tried to ramp it up, thought he was very clear there on the far side. It was not to be, and the 6 saves of Skimmit were not enough to hold off Olympic, who now head to a 1-1 series here. They've evened things up. They've really made it close here, and you got to respect it. They've been strong, holding on to it. It felt like a must-win for Olympic, and that's exactly what they did. Again, Skimmit coming across here to South Mech from Charlotte Engineering, and I mean they've been excellent with him, but Olympic just a little bit stronger that time. And so, in a battle of 0-second goals, I guess it'll favor South Mech, and in a a position to win an overtime game right now, it's favoring Olympic, and that's the only difference between these two teams, quite literally, in this game, in this match. And right off the bat, some quick action here to try and push this battle that's already been pretty clean even further. Here's Ginger Ace, who has seen a lot of playmaking ability in the past. We've seen from Ginger Ace. We haven't seen quite as much of that here in this series. But now Peyton actually going to throw off the defense here, and Hercules left to jump back and save the day with that strong arm. And now Skimmit now challenged by Ginger Ace on the 50-50. Peyton will go up, but unfortunately was well off the mark to begin with. Maybe heard footsteps, if you will. Tire skids, I guess they are in the Rocket League realm. And so a bit of a panic there and wasn't able to do much with it. Skimmit well high with the shot. Mark that under another uncharacteristic move there from Skimmit, who's shown some good moments here in this series, but not necessarily the difference maker that we've seen so many times in series. So we'll see if he can amp that up a little bit in South Mech's favor. They look to push forward, but Ginger Ace instead going to push backwards. So a little bit of a touch that was a miscue, but either way it worked for them. Now Skimmit played off of it. Now baby Tron trying to hold on, but a bit of sloppy play here to kick off. And no team's really been able to take advantage. Oh, what a shot and a save, as Tron was able to match that energy to get across and make it. By the way, superstars all around. Hey, Miss L. That's both a greeting and your name completely. As we see you in chat there, all members of Olympic have 4.0 plus GPAs to add to their amazing Rocket League ability. That's just best of all worlds, by the way. Dabeen pulls back down. Now no boost in the tank. Left it for Tron instead. And now Skimmit will move past. Hercules, the shot. What a save. Dabeen Got to it, but can he get to this one? Skimmett chips it, and Ginger Ace couldn't get to it. That is precision at its finest there, as Peyton caused the chaos and Skimmett did the rest. Watch this, just the chip, and knowing that was all about seeing where Ginger Ace was in the net. Pushed a little bit towards the middle of the net, knowing that maybe a chip to the backside could work. It didn't even have to go all the way to the far side post. All it needed to do was find its way through just towards the backside. And now South Mech with the 1-0 lead here. Ginger Ace now will challenge. Good job to cause a little bit of chaos here for South Mech. They scramble back in strong fashion. Skimmett first, Peyton to follow. As Ginger Ace now having to wait, and so does Dabine as he'll push past Hercules though. And now a chip there from Dabine. Tried the angle too, almost got it. It's a follow-up. Peyton almost got the save, but it'll be Tron that breaks through here for Olympic to make it 1-1. Goodness. Far side, Peyton almost reached out for it, or did reach out for it rather, and almost got there. So, I mean, great recognition and great transition there overall, but just couldn't quite find their way through to make that save. Now Peyton again, the shot won his save! Ginger Ace able to come up big. Can they do it again? Tron over to the corner, great touch out. And now Skimmett will try and circle back. It's Peyton beaten to it by Dabine. And Ginger Ace recognizing there was no path forward except for giving the ball possession up. And so was able to just wisely play it to the side and try to gain a little bit of momentum here in ball possession, which will continue to press in here for Olympic with a minute and 10 remaining in this game number 3. Winner of this one will go to match point in this best of 5. And Ginger Ace will look to press and get that 50-50. Thing is, Peyton couldn't get to it. And now Hercules out of the zone they go. Quick little chip from Tron. Was not appreciated by South Mech as they demoed him off of it. And the flick far side off the post, but it does cream off of Peyton. No, not the way you want to see this one end up here with 47 seconds remaining. And suddenly, we find ourselves with a 2-1 lead here for Olympic. I mean, Olympic fans are absolutely ecstatic. But unfortunately for South Mech, that is not the way you want to see it go down here. Luckily, they will have a little bit of time on the clock to try to right the ship here. But Tron wants to put it away. Olympic 3-1. Man, oh man, how the tide has changed. It was such a close series, such a close game rather, and now it's just it's been Olympic for the last couple of times. That's the mentality coming in from these players, and to make a mistake like that, you want to see how quickly they bounce back. And unfortunately, it was Olympic that put another one on the board before they could even catch their breath for South Mech. And really, they need this one here to try to keep them alive in this game. And right now, it's Tron making it difficult as they press back into the zone. Peyton tried to cream it up the side wall there. Could not do it. And now it's Peyton right back out of the zone. Try to press forward because they are out of time. It'll be Tron now forward themselves. Waste even more time off this clock. And it's shipped. Hercules needs a goal now, but the chip will only serve to put it to the bean. It'll be Olympic that wins this game here and pushes to match point over South Mech here by the count of 3-1. And looking to close out in the next one. But to say that that's going to be easy is definitely an overstatement there. You can't call it at this point. It's been so close. I know the score, if you look at that exclusively from Dabine and Tron, has been excellent. But at the same time, I don't see the South Mech team giving up, especially when you have Skimmett on the other side. I mean, he's been a difference maker since the get-go in CMS League. Everybody knows the name Skimmett. from the performance, not only during the online portion, but also during the live event too. Trying to get Charlotte Engineering underway and really take them under his wing. So found some leadership ability there, and we'll have to do the same in South Mech. I think Peyton's done a good job to really, raise some eyebrows here recently, especially in the playmaking departments. But we'll be strong enough to connect with Skimmit on a regular basis to make South Mech effective throughout the season. And my answer is shortly yes. I think this is a team with a lot of potential here moving into the season. We'll see if it continues that way for a majority of the season itself. But so far, so good. I know you're not winning the series here, but it is preseason and looking pretty strong here, doing it against one of the top teams, hands down, in Olympic. As game number 4 underway, Olympic looking to close out. It'll be South Mech to try and even it and force our first game 5. I think we haven't even seen a game 5 quite yet. If I'm mistaken, then Parad will definitely correct me here in chat. That's the case. Look at a touch away here from South Mech. Skimmit will use Ginger's front of his car to propel it back, and getting creative for the first goal of this game. As you saw Ginger trying to backtrack a little bit, and he was honestly red. Skimmit, some players you'll doubt it. You'll say, I'm not sure you recognize that. No, Skimmit's good at that. He is a mathematician. One of the finer individuals helping us correct some of the stat sheets, or at least I say correct, but make more efficient some of the stat sheets that we had available and that we use as casters here at the CMS League. So obviously that that type of brain, the mathematical brain is there, so to say calculated, I think it's fair. As now Tron holds back and Hercules to push forward. Tried to ground pinch it, not sure if that was the challenge and put the defense in an awkward spot or to actually try, a shot in that instance, but the shot was not to be. Either way, so Hercules forcing Ginger backwards here. A good pass out to the front of the box, but Skimmit well high. Did not expect the pass to be exactly where it was given by Hercules. And that's a sigh of relief there from Olympic as Ginger Ace goes bar down with a bullet. And we'll tie this game at 1. And Peyton didn't realize it was going to pop and chip right back out to, the center of the field there, center of the box, essentially, for just a chip shot there for Ginger, who goes bar down. 1-1. The score here as Peyton finding Hercules far side. Again, that shot just a little bit off the mark. So after jumping out to the 1-0 lead for South Mech, you see a couple opportunities fly, and the passes are just a little bit away from where the shooters are looking to receive it. On a couple of occasions, we saw Skimmit at the top of the box. It came back to him a little bit too far, and so he shot it high. And then we saw that one from Peyton trying to find Hercules on the far side, but the shot didn't quite have room to get around it for the angle. So once they connect here, they're just a little bit wide. Once these passes land, then it'll be a whole different story here for South Mech. They'll be a dangerous team to play against for sure. Ginger looks to settle. Left in a 1v1 against Hercules. Skimmit up. Trying to get an air drag to cause Olympic a bit of a headache there defensively, but not much doing there as Peyton actually bested by Hercules there, and maybe a lack of communication there. It seemed like he thought he was going to be the next man up. That one's going to fly across pitch. We can Skimmit follow up on it too. Ginger with a great job to challenge that one. The shot far side off the post. Oh, I thought he had it. South Mech that close so many times. Just can't find the back of the net. And that one was just misfortune. I mean, that was so close to being on the mark and almost felt like it was going to be. But you can't let off your guard. Again, Olympic will come at you too quickly for you to hang your head and say, we couldn't quite find it this time. You have to continuously push forward, and right now South Mech, it just seems to be holding on. Olympic continuously pressing at him. Ginger, again, the next man up, ready for it. Challenges, causes Peyton. Backwards is Skimmit. Tron will be allowed the chance to use the corner, but at this point in time, Ginger, a good job to chip past one, but Skimmit continues to hold his position there, standing his ground holding off, saying there's no way Olympic is going to get around me, not this time at least. Now Skimmett tried to waterfall it down for a teammate as well, as Peyton will hold back and watch Bean chip it off his own back wall. Still in the corner, Bean holds on, this one will fly across the pitch, east to west. As now Peyton now a good 50-50. Skimmett couldn't connect on the 50-50 himself. And Bean left in transition, looking for a pass, but saw that Tron was a little bit too far forward. Now we'll chip it past as Skimmett collects and basically scooped it on the hood of his car. The flip reset to push it past, but Tron in the corner there couldn't quite find the angle on that last bit. Bean messes, and that one goes far side. And although Olympic almost gave that one up to South Mech, almost a freebie, but still able to get out of dodge. Skimmett right back on it. The challenge there at midfield as Bean now left with his hands full. So Tron will take some of it out of his hands. And it falls into the hands of Ginger Ace. Skimmett right back on it. Dangerous place here for Olympic. The shot far. Oh, he's just off the mark. Same with Skimmett as he couldn't find it either. And now push is there, but 0 seconds left. And Olympic says, I'm fine taking this to overtime. They'll hold off just one goal away from winning this series. That has been quite heated as of late. Now or never, Skimmett. We've seen you as a leader, the chance for the double touch, but he could not quite find it. And so now it's Olympic here to grab boost. The 0 for Ginger Ace was able to just get to it. Now both two members, oh no, a double commit and Ginger just buying time for his team. Great high-level educational play. His intelligence showing through, a double commit forward. Sometimes it's pretty natural to fall back and say, oh God, I'm the last one back, right? In this case, he jumped forward and that's what he needed to buy time, but it's gonna be Hercules to keep the series alive for South Mech. 41 seconds into overtime, and they will win it 2-1 and move to Game 5. Talk about not giving up. Never out of a series when you have Skimmett on your side, but then you talk about Hercules, who's been a true difference maker as well. I mean, goal participation rate is 100% on this game specifically, and in the last 3, I imagine somewhere around the 80% mark at least. I mean, he's been on basically every single play so far. Peyton's been really good as well, but, I mean, we have to continue. It's on to game number 5 now. South Mech looking to get past Olympic. You see everybody rising up in chat, including Riser rising up in chat. I love that. Yeah, Olympic now find themselves in a position where their backs are against the wall themselves as the walls close in on this best-of-5 series. I can't say this enough. Like, it's been a preseason for Season 1 here. Preseason 1, if you will, but it has not felt that way by any means. I mean, these players are playing like this is the championship game. They just will not quit, getting in that solid practice. And that's true. Truly shows that, in both of these teams, if they're in that high-stakes pressure situation, well, you play like you practice like you play, and that's truly been the case here. As South Mech will start off game number 5. Skimmett caused Bean to commit a little early, and although Ginger Ace tried to use the top of the net to, well, I don't want to say squishy save there, he jumped back down to the ground, thought his shot was coming low, but could not quite get to it in time. South Mech up 1-0 here in this game number 5. But for how long? You see Olympic trying to challenge South Mech back on it. Skimmett chipped it back down. Ginger didn't have any boost left in the tank, but still went and challenged. That's what you got to do against this South Mech team. Constantly on it. Doesn't matter if you have boost or not. You got to learn boost as a crutch, right? If you're in position, positioning is ever so important. Obviously, boost control is quite important, but I'm not sure it's as important as being in the play consistently. And Skimmett's got the Bean right where he wants in the follow-up from Hercules. 2-0 now for South Mech as they continue that momentum that they gained from game number 4. And Skimmett said, if you challenge me, when you challenge me, I have backup. And he called the patrol cars behind them, and Hercules able to tap that one in the back of the net for a 2-0 lead. No, Olympic feeling the pressure now. As Ginger will chip in, skim it. Left by himself though, Tabine. It's up there, Tron trying to get to it, but chipped away as Skimmett tried to hook up Hayden with the outlet pass. But it's not to be. Skimmett gets out of harm's way here. This should be a challenge down the field. Can Skimmett find this angle? He certainly does. Wow, far side post. South Mech up 3-0. Grabbing the 100 boost, but by the time that ball passed the last member of Olympic, you felt like if Skimmett could scoop it in time, if he had enough boost to just get there, or at least a boost trail to carry him there without boost in the tank, if he had just that, well, that was just enough to put it in the back of the net, and that was the case. Peyton to Skimmett. Hercules back to his player. Peyton, a back pass of sorts, played it high to a teammate. Ginger already over this one, leaves it as a fake. It almost worked. Skimmett had to dig that out from the top right corner and somehow will keep it out of harm's way for South Mech. And now we'll try to play in transition. He's got the musty. Hercules already up for this one. Will play it off the back wall. That'll play to Peyton. He tries to challenge it in too. Now across they go. But it's Ginger Ace already there to challenge. Skimmett beats him to it, but Tron able to get to it. And Olympic now will send it high. Ginger up for this one, missing his Skimmett. A chance for Ginger. The touch is back in front, and Tabine puts it away. So back within 2 with 2:28 remaining. And that was all about Ginger there. Getting this extra touch right there, just enough to play it into the box where Tabine could find that top right corner. And Hercules could not quite make it back. Olympic needed that so hard. I mean, they were falling in South Mech with plenty of goals in a row, and now it'll be Olympic with their opportunity too. Ginger tried to jump on it right off the kickoff, but could not quite accomplish it. Tabine will be the next to jump on it as Ginger Ace had the bump now, pulling Hercules out of position. The pass as well. Oh, couldn't quite find it. Far side Olympic knocking on the door though. There's now a low 50-50 played there by Tron. Ginger will keep it in the zone here for Olympic as Skimmett tries to get it out at midfield. Tron, catch, will flick past one, but Hercules was ready for that one. Every member of both teams in position, ready to go. Every single time you see any kind of movement, a pass, it's being read. It's being, calculated in the heads and minds of these great defenders both ways. As Ginger Ace now will challenge his back wall. It's a floater. Oh, it almost went bar down. Now the follow-up from Tron, but he was well left of where he wanted to be. And now Ginger challenged by Skimmett there in the zone, but Tabine now will find him with an outlet pass. And this one's back down to Tron. 2 members of South Mech there to challenge, and this will be a double commit where Skimmett will have to try and play out. Now they're heading backwards, the chance, but they all commit forward, trying that last-ditch effort to try and cause commotion on the back end for South Mech, but it was not to be, leaving it wide open for Hercules. Able to strong-arm them back to a 4-1 lead. And South Mech looking to close out now. 1 minute and a prayer for Olympic left. And Olympic and South Mech, these players, they didn't have to go this hard for preseason. My goodness. Causing me to go hard here in the casting booth. It's been fun, though. I mean, for preseason, Prod was like, hey, it's going to be a chill night. I said, nah, and neither did the teams. They said, no, we're going to make this high stakes. We're going to make this as challenging as possible. And boy, it's been exciting to watch. That will hit corner, propel out towards the South Mech end. As Tron now will chip it over to Bean. He could not quite connect, and Ginger couldn't get there in time either. Peyton killing more time. It'll be Hercules back out. The challenge chip, but Peyton couldn't quite get enough of it. And now Tron left backwards in this debate, but Hercules able to get back. And Skimmett will kill more time, back down the field, down to 12 seconds left. All members of Olympic back in that corner. And this one, it won't matter whether they touch it out or not. South Mech will win the best of 5 here. And they will be proving to be a team to look out for. Skimming in the game, going to win this series by the count of 3-2. So South Mech making a name for themselves. This is not a team that we saw last year and said, this is a playoff team, right? This is an esports playoff team. They just frankly weren't. Hercules now stepping up with a hat trick of his own, and having Skimmit as well on their side has been an absolute gem to watch. So South Mech again, definitely on the docket here today. And we appreciate everybody for coming through, hanging out with us, and not only us, but the B stream as well, as they have wrapped up on their side too. So quite a productive night here for the CMS Varsity Esports and STEM League. We appreciate all of you for tuning in. Until next time, my name is Bearlight. We hope you have a great night.